Hello, and thank you everybody for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. Dragon of the Southern Tier, I am back. Hello, it's good to be back with everybody. Again, this is Sunday, the 26th of June. It's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I am back with you all. I am happy to have returned from yet another YouTube content strike. It's been crazy. For the last 3 months, our channel has been under attack. You have been under attack from the social media internet overlords, whether it be YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, giving our channel and all of our content to companies and countries around the world, and trying to strike down your comments, your voices, even striking down elected or candidates for elected office who are describing why they are running for an election. That seems to be something that YouTube does not like. A black Republican explaining why the crime in Rochester, New York, was the reason for him to seek elected office in the New York State Assembly, the 137th District, seemed to be too much for YouTube, and they struck us down. They removed the content. They hid that from you. Fine. Guess what? We're not giving up. We're still here with our commentary, talking to you about the issues that matter to you no matter where you are in the world. We are fighting the censorship, the shadow bans. We are fighting to make sure that your voice, whether it's conservative, libertarian, if it's democratic, progressive, whatever your voice is on the issues that we talk about and are affecting us all, we are going to continue to do this as we have been for 15 years. We're freezing already? You know, I don't even understand. Let me put this up for everybody. And I want to thank Michelle for being the first person to leave a comment with us today, now that we're back. And there should be no reason. On our system, everything is fine. The system is ready. There should be no delays. But again, this is part of the battle that we have to hear your voices. Now, we invite everyone, whatever your beliefs may be, whether you agree or disagree, to be able to reach in. You can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, to give us your comments, your chats, and tweets. You can also call in, as you see above us, 607-242-1582, to lend your voice on whatever you think is important. That's what this channel exists for. Now, before we get into the issues today, talking about abortion, talking about gun control, the new laws, the new laws that have been put through, the U.S. economy, healthcare, we're going to be talking about a bunch of things. But before we get started, I do want to also mention to you, if for some reason you see that we have been struck down by YouTube, by Facebook, by Twitter, if you do not see this weekly program, please recall that we will still be on. You can see us every Thursday. Every Thursday, we are on a roundtable on the Rory Salter Show, usually in the last hour. We are also always every Friday at 9 p.m., part of the roundtable of the Liberty First Foundation, which you can see on YouTube and Facebook as well. And in addition to that, we are part of the National Firearms Coalition, which talks about not just gun control, but recently we have been doing interviews with elected officials, candidates who are seeking your vote, and talking with them about the questions that matter to you, just like we did with the Missouri 2nd candidate for Congress. This was Mr. Wesley Smith, and we had that debate. So we invite you to look through all these formats, as well as going back to BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, Minds, Telegram, Getter, Facebook, Twitter. We're on all of that so that you can hear us and can see what's going on and make your own decision on the information. Jen, I want to say thank you for being part of the audience here, and happy Sunday to you. Michelle mentions that after the overreach the federal government used over the pandemic, they could take away abortion one day. I'm very happy it's up to the states, easier at the ballot box, in my opinion. Well, yes, Michelle. Abortion is a state issue. It always was a state issue. And we're going to get into that. One of the things I want to highlight for everyone about the abortion question, if Democrats are so upset about this, if they are so determined, and this is such a obviously horrible thing, why did they spend more than the last 30 days doing nothing? We knew of the rumor. We knew of the leak. Everybody knew that. And they could have spent that time. They could have spent the last 5 decades going state by state and putting in laws on abortion that they believe were important to prepare for any day that might have come where abortion would be removed as a federal event. Mind you, abortion still exists. Nothing has changed. Women lost none of their rights, none of their privileges. The LGBTQ, trans people, blacks, minorities have not lost anything. But this is the message that you're being told. And I want you to remember, if it's such a big deal, why, since the moment we got the leak, did they do nothing? Because they want the controversy, not a solution. They don't want to resolve this. They want votes. That is what I believe, and we will get into that in some detail in a little bit. Hello, Dal. I am glad to see that you are here with us as well. Again, folks, you can always comment anytime about whatever you think is important, whether you agree or disagree. This channel is not progressive. I am a liberal conservative, a Republican conservative, not a liberal progressive. Therefore, you don't have to agree with me. You are not required to agree because I'm black or because I'm Hispanic or because I'm a man. You have a right to your opinion, and I'm happy to hear it as long as it is respectful. Jan mentions that if people want to fight for women's rights, fight for rights to have medical harassment, under 30 without government approval, fight for the Title IX, not by allowing men in women's sports. That's an interesting point of view. Before we get into these big issues, I want to go into something that you probably haven't heard as much about, or at least not in the way that I have seen it. I want to share this. Hysterectomy. Thank you. Just could not get my words right today. Hysterectomy. So let me start off with something. Let's go a little light and build up to the big thing like abortion, like the new gun laws that have been in place put above your rights. Let's talk about that for a second. How about we mention that we have just heard that Joe Biden, in his non-plan for international politics, in his ongoing economic battle with Russia and China, that he has now made the decision and he is going to the G7 to try and push the idea that gold will no longer be traded with Russia. Now, this is a big deal. This is going to affect your life because this is going to push up inflation. This is an inflationary action that will hurt you, not Russia, not China. It's not going to help the Ukraine. It's going to hurt you. Let's be very clear about that. So far, all of the sanctions that have been suggested by Joe Biden and implemented by Europe and the US and our allies in NATO and otherwise have made the ruble stronger. The Russian economy is better off today than in January before they invaded Ukraine. That's very telling about what they have actually done. This is what happens when you have poor planning and not consideration of the consequences. Joe Biden is going to the G7 and they're saying, well, since nothing else has worked, since everything they have done has failed, and Russia is in a better position than they were before, and they are having more influence over our allies, over energy prices, then the next thing is to say that they will not be able to trade gold. That means that gold will go higher. More people who want to trade gold will not have access to do it. There will be less supply out there. And when you reduce the supply and maintain the demand, the price goes up, which at a time when the U.S. economy is facing 11 to 15% inflation we believe it's realistically in that range, if not higher, then what you're looking at is prices will go up. This is going to affect your pocket. This will create more inflation. This is getting worse and worse. We told you since January that the economy, actually, we've been telling you since February 17th of 2021, that inflation is a problem that the Biden-Harris administration have no idea how to run the U.S. economy, and they are taking us down a dark path. We have predicted earlier this year that inflation, we promised you and we told you back in February that gas would hit $5.50. We're at $5 now. We told you that we expected to see inflation to be 11 to 15%. We believe we're there, if not higher. We told you that we're in a recession, if not stagflation. And slowly, we are hearing from all of the economists around the world that we're correct. How much worse will it get? Hello, hot chicks. It's good to see you. So I want you to understand that this move by the G7 to punish Russia is actually going to punish you. Just like every other action that has been done. We convinced NATO not to buy Russian gas, which is great, and oil. But that increased the cost of gas and oil around the world, with the United States not exporting gas and oil, actually importing gas and oil, a reversal of our position since 2019. Well, that means that the cost is up and you are paying for it, not just in filling up your gas tank, which many people realize, but also think about the gas tanks of every truck that is transporting and delivering to every store bread, milk, meat, foods that you eat, the clothes that you wear. Where's that?
If you love me enough to tolerate my perfect little pets in all their glorious standard, then of course you'll visit nhtsa.gov/therightseed
Where
to make sure
am
I'm
I
in the
getting
right
that
course
noise from? Okay. 1 second, folks. 1 second.
Mike Pence said no. He resisted the pressure. He knew
Hang
it
on
was
1 second.
illegal.
I got background
He
noise.
knew it was wrong. We're fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage. Just outside the Capitol. Thanks in part to Mike Pence,
in the hands of one person the authority to determine who was going to be president of the United States. You weren't jumping up and saying Al Gore had this authority to do that. You would not want Kamala Harris to be able to exercise that kind of authority in 2024 when I hope Republicans will win the election, and I know you hope that too, John. And he said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today.
So what was your basis for concluding that Dr. Eastman was incorrect in his conclusion that the vice president could unilaterally decide not to count the votes from these disputed states?
There was no basis in the Constitution or laws of the United States at all for the theory espoused by Mr. Eastman. At all. None.
Best Reviews is an unbiased team that researches products in real-world situations to give reliable recommendations on just about everything. For the best reviews, go to bestreviews.com. Seriously, before you buy anything, ever.
Even though these are definitely advanced weapon systems, if you don't have a lot of them and a lot of rockets, they're just not going to make any difference on the strategic battlefield. They might make a difference in one spot on a certain battle, but only a little bit, not enough to tip the balance in any way. Even more important, who's going to operate these things? Now, my very first job in the Army back in 1985 was as an MLRS crewman, which is the same platform that's being talked about here with these HIMARS. And that training takes about 5 weeks after you've started your basic combat training. And, so the idea that these are going to go in fast is going to be, it's just not going to be realistic, because unless they're talking about sending trained American troops to operate these things, and I pray to God they're not, then you're going to take over a month to have to train Ukraine people on how to do this. And I assure you, it's not easy training. So we need to have a sober idea that these things aren't coming in anytime soon.
Just that. You are a Republican of color in New York State.
Black and Puerto Rican.
Oh my God.
I'm like, check box.
That's correct. Yes, that's not what's supposed to happen. So please tell me, how does that work?
Best Reviews is an unbiased team that researches products in real-world situations to give reliable recommendations on just about everything. For the best reviews, go to bestreviews.com. Seriously, before you buy anything, ever.
The issue I have with the way this law is being framed is that it's constantly being put forward as content-based when it's actually just viewpoint-based. Platforms are still able to say entire categories of content are illegal. So the platform could come up with a definition of incitement to violence that they feel they say we're not going to host any content that meets these criteria, and it would still be legal. What they can't do is this sort of give and take where, well, this person's viewpoint is harassing.
Sorry, there we go. I'm sorry about that. I just fixed it. I was trying to stop it. It was coming from the hill, which was auto playing. It should not have been. The volume should have been off. It turned itself on, and I apologize about that. It's very embarrassing. It's the problem of not having done this live in a week, and so it threw me off, and I apologize for that. But let me pick up where I had left off, which is we were talking about, and I wanted to talk about the cost of energy. So it's going to go higher. Gold prices are going up because of the actions in the G7. And so that's going to affect every single one of us, and that's going to be a big deal. But it is not the only big deal that's going to be affecting everyone. And I hope to God that we can stop these things, but we have a lot more that's happening. So we also have, and you may have seen this yesterday, and I want to mention this a little bit. And this comes from one of my friends. You may have seen them. This was over at the Gun Collective, GunCon, that was going on yesterday. And they were making a statement. And one of my friends, Frank Johnson, who you may recall has been on the channel before. In fact, Frank had been talking about guns. He's a not just a firearm enthusiast, he's a firearms instructor, and he was talking about this.
This is how I know who I'm debating and whether or not I've won the debate. Clips and magazines. Anybody know the difference? Okay. Anybody ever heard of the guy had a high capacity clip?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just heard of it.
Of course you did.
This is a magazine. Bullets go in this. This goes up inside your gun. That's what this is. magazine. That's a clip, and that's a clip. If somebody talks to you about all your high-capacity clips, you know, you're not talking to somebody who knows what they're talking about. You know, clip only holds bullets for transport and loading purposes. Put the clip over your gun, you press down on the bullets, it comes out of the clip, you take it away.
So that's a little bit about Frank when we had interviewed him, and he was speaking, and he got to ask a question at GunCon yesterday. Now, this is something that's important. Most people didn't know this was going on in Iowa. Most people didn't know that there was a panel of individuals speaking about our firearms, our rights, our privileges in the Second Amendment, and the laws that are being instituted to shut them down. And Frank had a very interesting question. I want to play that for you right now.
Right, guys, Frank, Marine Report does. So it's not just a matter that we create content. We have the ability to create change. What do we think that we can do to help create change in minority communities so that the Second Amendment becomes just as much their part of life as it comes to the rest of us? We know the gun control is racist. They've been deprived of their rights for so long, been hammered into the head for so long that it's not theirs. What are we going to do to educate everybody to make sure all of our rights?
I think that's a very important question. And I think it's an important question, and I don't think it's asked enough. Okay? Because I don't think enough people are being educated. He's right. There is a belief out there that, and we heard this from Joy Behar of The View, that black people don't own guns, that black people have no concept of what's going on with the Second Amendment, that they have been denied. It's one of the most racist statements I've heard from a public figure on a public channel, misinforming the public about the reality. We know for a fact that in 2021 alone, that 58% of the people who were first-time gun buyers were black, that 40% were women. We know that. That is a fact. 7.5 million new gun owners. There's 165 million gun owners in the United States at this moment, 1 out of 2 people. We know for a fact that almost 26% of all gun owners are, in fact, black. We have heard from people like Maj Toure and Coleon Noor, who have talked about minorities owning firearms, and that's a reality, and that they're enthusiasts as much as anyone else. And yet the media is telling us at the same time that they're saying, well, don't worry, this latest thing, this new idea, this plan that they have not thought through at the G7 to deny gold to Russia is going to drive up the cost of energy, is going to drive up the cost of inflation. Well, they're also the same people who tell you black people don't own guns and black people don't care about guns. They don't talk about guns. I'm talking about legal gun ownership. That's insane. And the reason why they do that is because there are channels, many channels, many presenters that actually are on social media, and they just don't get attention. We see that it is downplayed by YouTube, by Facebook, by Twitter, the social media. They ignore them. They suppress their voices, much as they do on this channel, much as they have done to certain candidates like Marcus Williams of the 137th Assembly District. They don't want you to know these things. They deny you this. And that's why people have said, well, why don't we see more people who are people of color who are involved with the Second Amendment, who are involved with guns? In fact, there's plenty of them out there. Plenty of them out there. It's just they're not being put in front of you because CNN won't tell you the truth, because ABC won't tell you the truth, because Joy Behar on The View pushes a lie because it's beneficial to the 2022 midterm elections to let minorities think that they are being oppressed, to let them think that there is no interest, to let them think that Republicans are somehow stopping them, when in fact it is the progressive left that is doing the damage, that they are the ones who are denying women and minorities the ability to protect themselves in their homes, in their states, because they want to put in gun control that will leave them defenseless, and they tell you, oh, well, trust the government. except they are also telling you don't trust the police. How are you supposed to be able to protect yourself in that kind of scenario? Now, John mentions it's not that they ignore minorities as gun owners, it's the fact that they continually put out false information. Well, yes, Joy Behar did put out false information, and she did not get corrected. The View did not demand that she apologize. They never provided their audience the truth. CNN, MSNBC, they didn't come out and put out the truth. They did not confront that. No, they allowed that lie to go out. And I want you to just understand that. And so when you see your friends, well, having a gun, the Second Amendment, that's racist. It's stopping black people from owning guns. It's stopping Hispanics and women from owning guns. We need gun control to fix that. We need the government to fix that. That's a lie. That's a lie. In fact, gun control and the efforts of the progressive movement are what is stopping people from being able to defend themselves. Black, white, Hispanic, gay, straight, all of it. That's it. Now, yes, user has been banned mentions that Joy Behar is on a very trashy opinion show. That's true. And she has a huge audience. Millions of people get to watch that every day. She is quoted often by things like The Colbert Show, the nightly news. She has influence. And this influence is quoted and parroted throughout the entire Democratic Party, from their top officials like Joe Biden all the way down to their TV shows, their local communities. And we need to speak out about that and question that. I'll give you another example of what I'm talking about. Do you remember that this woman, Ghislaine Maxwell, who has been convicted of being complicit along with Epstein, who did not kill himself, that Epstein and her worked together to create an island where pedophiles would travel to on a regular basis to abuse children, that she was directly involved with this, and she has a black book of individuals who partook in the abuse of children, and she was convicted for that, which did not get major nightly news. Because the same people like Joy Behar, like ABC, like CNN, the major news media didn't want to talk about this story because the people who were involved were Democrats, predominantly. The people that we have learned about that were on that list, that were part of that black book, that did take the charter flights with Epstein, were from Hollywood. They were Democrats in politics. They were the ones. Bill Gates was one of the individuals rumored, and it seems to have been going to this pedophile island. And this woman who lost in her case, she is a convicted felon. She is a criminal, aiding and abetting the abuse of children. She's now being told that she's going to be on suicide watch. Gee, the last time we saw that was with Epstein. He went on suicide watch, and miraculously, somehow, while under suicide watch, he killed himself in a means that doesn't seem physically possible for one individual to do. And there have been many people who have tried to duplicate or to scientifically replicate the way that Epstein killed himself, and it doesn't make sense. It does not physically seem to be credible. But all of the cameras miraculously were off. All of the guards were miraculously nowhere to be seen in the time frame that he died. And now we have this woman who is the only remaining individual who, by the power of law, may be compelled to review and to release all of the individuals that went to this pedophile island, that participated in these horrendous demonic acts against children. The only person who has knowledge and perhaps even written materials describing these individuals and who they were and when they participated in this heinous act, she's now going to be on the same kind of suicide watch suddenly. What do you think the odds are that she's not going to make it? I just wonder, do you think she's going to be able to make it through? Do you think she's going to be able to survive? because I'm not sure that she will. I'm not sure that she's going to be able to reveal all of the individuals that are involved, just in the same way that Epstein didn't survive long enough to explain who was involved with his actions in these pedophilic acts, which is not a natural thing. I know there are some progressives that believe that pedophilia is just as natural as being gay, just as natural as being straight. It's just another sexual preference, and we should accept it. Seriously, folks, LGBTQAI+. The plus is for pedophile. The plus is for allowing grown adults to take advantage of pubescent children. That's what the plus includes. They don't want to put the letter in there. They don't want you to know it's pedophile, because if you said pedophile, you would say, no way. You would say, this is insulting. You would say, this is vile. Just like we have said, and most people have said, Ghislaine Maxwell, she is a pedophile, she is an enabler, and she is demonic, just like Epstein was. And you know what? No one would agree with that. But now we're seeing a change in our society which are saying that this is acceptable, that this is beneficial, that this is a good thing, this is a natural thing. This is what we are being told. And they want to get that message through. But if you found out that, if it is confirmed that Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, that they were on this island, that they were repeat offenders, that they and other members of Hollywood were engaging in these horrendous acts, like Kevin Spacey as he is being accused, like so many others, well, you would be revulsed. You would be upset, sick to your stomach. And when they came out and said, don't worry, it's a natural thing, you would say no. Which is why you haven't heard about Ghislaine Maxwell, why you haven't heard about that case, why she's now on suicide watch. No, and you're correct. User has been banned. Not all of the LGBTQAI+, all of them, they don't all agree with each other either. Lesbians don't agree with gays, and bisexuals don't agree with transgender. They all have their own disagreements. They all have a lot of issues, and most of them do not agree with pedophilia. I think that's pretty universal. I think it's pretty universal that everyone agrees that children should be sacrosanct and should be protected, especially from predators like these adults that go after them. This isn't a sexual preference in our opinion. You may disagree. I don't understand how you would disagree, but you could. But I think that's something that needs to be addressed. And I want you to be prepared so that when you hear that Ghislaine Maxwell committed suicide in the middle of the night with all the cameras down and none of the guards around, I want you to know that today, June 26th, we said, hey, watch out, it's coming. We're telling you, be prepared. And I will not be surprised if that happens right before she starts to mention who is in that black book, who was actually out there. Does anyone doubt that she's never going to reveal the people who were participating in the abuse of children? Does anyone think that she's actually going to name names before she mysteriously, accidentally commits suicide? I mean, we've seen that. Yeah, prepare. You're right. Prepare for another New York Times article about how this is stigmatizing pedophiles. And by the way, by mentioning this, I want you to understand that YouTube may shut me down. They may punish this channel. They may wipe out this channel. Social media may wipe me out and unperson me because I am saying that pedophilia is not a sexual preference, that it is a disease, that it is a problem, and that it is wrong as recognized by the law in the United States and just about every nation around the world. And I said it anyway. I want you to understand that they could, most likely, that some pedophile may see this video and see me saying that being a pedophile is bad, and they're going to strike this channel, that they will try to seek to silence our voice because we are publicly saying pedophilia is not natural and that it is an abuse of children. Now, you may or may not agree with me, but that doesn't mean we should be silenced. And yet, we are telling you now, we are risking this channel being destroyed because we think it's important for you to know and make up your own mind. And I think part of making up our minds would be best helped by Ghislaine Maxwell being required by law to provide every single individual who participated in that island and the abuse of children. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why not. If you think that those pedophiles should be protected, or alleged pedophiles should be protected, then tell me why. If you think my channel should be shut down because I said that, tell me why. Please, I look forward to that conversation. I really do. Because I don't think it's a bad thing to have that conversation. Dow mentions that the entirety of rights hinges not on the violating of the individual rights of others. Pedophilia violates the rights of the children who reside under the parents' purview until they reach the age of majority. Yes, that's why every government protects children, because children cannot protect themselves. In the same way that children cannot vote, children cannot drive, children cannot decide to have cosmetic surgery on their own. They can't change their nose or get a breast implant. Children also should not decide to change their sex permanently at the age of 8. If you're 18 and above, a legal adult, and you want to go through trans surgery, knock yourself out. That is your personal choice. I could care less. But an 8-year-old doesn't get that choice because an 8-year-old doesn't understand the concepts of what they're doing to themselves. Much of it irreversible. Much of it is irreversible. You cut off your primary sex organs, they don't grow back. You cannot go back on that. It is irreversible. You chop off your personal genitalia, you're not getting it back. This is an irreversible act. So we need to understand that. And that's why the law protects children from others just arbitrarily abusing them, making choices that will destroy their life forever. That's why the law is there to protect them. And that's why we need to have these discussions. Now, if you want to tell me that I'm 18, 21, 25, 45, 65, and you want to change your body irreversibly for life, knock yourself out. You're an adult. You have to live with the consequences of that change. That's on you. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your body in that instance, but I am telling you to allow an 8-year-old to do that without question, without guidance, not even from their own parents. That's wrong. And we should call that out. It is no different than the kind of abuse that Ghislaine Maxwell was doing on an island with Epstein and many of their private guests. And they all should be called out for that. That's what I believe. Jan mentions that silencing truth to empower lies. That is what many of the social media platforms have become, and I agree with that. Dow mentions that arguments being thrown out there to provide unfettered access to abortion have an awful lot of examples of pregnant children in them between the ages of 8 to 13. And that sounds like a predator problem. It does. It does. Why are children 8 to 13 getting pregnant? Well, because pedophiles are targeting them. And that's a very different scenario. This is a bad thing. But I wanted to point that out because I don't think too many people are actually paying attention to that story. I don't think that's being put out there, and I don't think it's getting enough attention. I know it came out from Bloomberg News, but look at this. It's only got 2,400 quotes. It's only got 1,000 retweets, only 2,000 likes. People don't even know it exists. And no, I didn't mark it until just now so that you could see that I've now contributed to that. But this is something that you need to know. This isn't a big news story. This isn't being promoted, and it should be. People should know about this. Why aren't we having that conversation? Well, how about this? We're not having this conversation. It comes from Andrew Yang. Andrew Yang says, it feels like Democrats owe their people an apology for being bad at their jobs. They had a long time to codify Roe versus Wade, defend a balanced court, get our Ruth Bader Ginsburg to step down. Instead, they got played and trounced. Help undo our failures is not a compelling rally cry. You know what? I think he's right. I think I have to say, Andrew Yang, who I have often said doesn't know how to do math, and he doesn't, a man who has no concept of economics or the impact of economic policy, which I stand by, Andrew Yang is very accurate when he says, the Democratic Party right now is saying, help undo our failures. Their failures include standing by Epstein and standing by Ghislaine Maxwell and many of the individuals in Hollywood, like The Flash. His name is Ezra something or other. They protect these pedophiles. There's Spacey, who's now on trial in the United Kingdom. This is the problem. We look at Disney that are promoting all kinds of sexual ideology on children, pushing these ideas on children. In every one of their programs that fail, one after the other. Netflix is falling apart. They're firing people left and right because no one wants the woke culture in their lives, in their entertainment. It's failure after failure. And Andrew Yang is pointing it out. And you know what they had to say? The biggest comment, well, look at this. He says it right here. You seriously aren't helping. But it's true. But he's right. It's failure after failure, and the left cannot accept that they failed. Their social experiments have failed. Their social experiment on defunding the police failed. You became more likely to become a victim of crime and violent crime. Their efforts for the last 5 decades to get rid of guns has failed and has caused more of a problem, not reducing it. It hasn't protected you. Not one of the gun control bills they've put forward has ever worked, which is why they don't even try and give you the statistics. It never has worked. Their policies economically have failed over and over again. The Obama administration was known for 1.5% economic growth, for a devastation of the United States economy. Biden is putting us into a recession. Name something that they've been successful at. Every one of the experiments that they have run, they don't work. And now they're promoting and amplifying and made a fad out of those who wish to become transgendered. Pushing this as if this is an option that everyone should take and telling you that this is completely 100% reversible with no impact on your life. Let me refute that again. If you chop off your genitalia, it is never growing back. It is not irreversible. It is the very label of irreversible. You cannot change that. We should make that very clear for people that who are considering this, who are being told this in elementary school, in high school, in college, that if you remove your genitalia, you're never getting it back. That just as Andrew Yang has put forward, the Democrats are celebrating their failures. They failed over and over again. Their social experiments do not work. And they're telling us, re-elect them and let's do more of these social experiments. Let's double down on these social experiments at the risk of you and your children for decades to come. Does that make sense to anyone? And I say this because I'm asking you this because if I'm wrong, if you think it's worth it, tell me why. Tell me how it's good to look at the failure that we have seen decade after decade, over and over again, coming from the left, how everything they've suggested has failed is demonstrably wrong, and yet we're at this. I'll even go, let's take a look at environment when you think about it. Every single prediction about the climate has been wrong. Since the 1950s, every single prediction by the climate change fearmongers has been wrong, scientifically proven to be incorrect. Global famine, global cooling, global warming, everything they predicted. The ice caps would be melted. New York would be flooded by 2 years ago. Should have already been flooded. The devastation is supposed to have already happened. The global famine was supposed to happen in the late 1980s, early 1990s. Everything you can think of about climate change is wrong. It has been demonstrably proven not to work. Every single predictive model that they have put forward does not come true, ever. And yet we're supposed to believe this. This is just one example of the progressive ideology that you have been told in every medium platform is going to happen. They've inserted into all of our entertainment, into our sports, into our daily lives, telling us this is going to happen and the government's going to protect you. Except it never happens. It's never true. It's never correct. They have always been wrong. And we have no reason to believe that the next time they're going to be right. Not once. Meanwhile, your rights have been stripped, your freedoms has been removed, and people have come out and said, well, you can't speak about that anymore. Let's unperson you, let's silence you, and let's silence those who have an opinion like yours from ever being spoken. Because Democrats, the left, the progressives, cannot handle anyone who actually disagrees with them. They cannot answer any questions. And rather than trying to defend their point of views, their answer is violence and silencing people. That's it. Tell me I'm wrong. Anyone who believes in any of the left-leaning values, tell me I am wrong, that the number 1 and 2 answer from the left is violence and silencing people. That's it. They'll call you a racist, an ist, a phobe. They'll say that you need to be shut down, that we have to protect people from the hate speech or the bad speech. And the left goes out and burns down buildings, has riots, destroys buildings, kill people. We have seen that. It is documented. That is a fact. It's not an opinion. It's called the BLM riots of 2020 and 2021. We've seen that most recently with the rioting that has happened in LA because of the abortion rumor. We have seen that this weekend, as I'm about to show you, where the same pro-abortion activists have gone out with Antifa and have assaulted women. They are attacking women because some women have said that they believe in life. They believe that a baby is a baby and that late-term abortion is bad. And I will prove what I am saying here. And that is what we see from the left every single time. Doesn't matter what the issue is. It was a member of the left, a gentleman from California, traveled with a gun illegally into Maryland to try and assassinate Justice Kavanaugh because he thought that Justice Kavanaugh would overturn Roe versus Wade, and he thought that he was going to support the Second Amendment. So this California leftists decided to use a gun to attack a Supreme Court justice at the same time that or immediately before, a illegal protest in front of Kavanaugh's house took place. This is what the left does. And if you think I am wrong, 607-242-1582, call in any moment. Tell me how I am wrong. Tell me how I am misunderstanding this. Tell me how this is not the natural, immediate reaction by the left whenever they get challenged, whenever their failures are pointed out, anytime that we have seen their social experiments backfire and cause more damage and more harm than good. Let me get to some of these comments here. Dow mentioned that it's ironic that the people are screaming on social media for a solution, and the solutions offered that counter-current failed firearm regulations are discounted and poo-pooed. Yeah, it's funny that you're right, Dow. We hear from the left all the time, oh, we've got to get an answer. And then Democrats and the progressives in elected office don't offer solutions. They don't want an answer. They run away from effective solutions and instead create more of a problem. And when you come up and say, but I have an effective answer, they go, oh, no, you can't do that. You're an you're a fold. We have to shut you down. It's amazing. You're correct, Al. A user has been banned, says failure is good if you learn from it, but that's only if you learn from it. And you know what? I will say this. The progressive left have learned, and their answer is how to tell the lie better, how to better silence people that question them. When they can't defeat these individuals, when they can't stand up to an argument, they have learned that rather than trying to give their weak answers that do not provide a solution, do not give proof, do not convince anyone, their answer instead is to silence that other person and to try and use violence against them. That's what we saw this weekend. I've said it a couple of times. I'm going to prove this for you and show you this. I'm going to show you this in a couple of different ways. Going on with some of the comments. User has been banned mentions that global famine is happening and is man-made, but it isn't climate change. That's right. The global famine that was predicted in the 1950s was about climate change. And they told us that by the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s, the world would be in a famine. And they were wrong. 100% wrong. Why do we know that the United States, the White House, has already admitted there is going to be a food shortage in the United States for the first time since the Great Depression? Why is that going to happen? Because of the policies of the Biden-Harris administration. Because we aren't getting fertilizer from the Ukraine. Because they did not plan, even though they knew, as Biden told us in December of 2021, what the plans, he knew what Russia was going to do. He knew what Putin was going to do. He told us that December 13th of 2021. He said he knew. He told us in January. He said, I'm releasing this information to the world, the next steps of the Russian government. You knew you had a plan. You didn't plan for the fact that there was going to be a global famine. And when I say there is no plan for the global famine, I ask everyone right now, does anyone know what the White House plan is for the food shortage that's happening in the United States in October? Has any politician mentioned it? Have we seen any Democrat come forward and give their idea? Any of them? I don't think we do. I don't think we have ever heard that. In fact, I'm very sure of it. Let me stop. Let me ask a slightly different question. We've been told that we are bad, that being Republican, being conservative, being libertarian, it's a bad thing, that we don't understand the world, that we just don't get it. And they're telling us, you have to do what we say or else. And I think that's wrong. And I think that even though they think that if they just shove things down our throat, we're going to accept it and say, oh, well, they're right suddenly. I'll take an example. They've been telling us, and I'm jumping subjects to January 6th, and I'm getting to the guns, I'm getting to abortion, but I want to cover this for you. They told us that January 6th is one of the most important issues facing America. That this is, we were going to lose our nation. And that this was devastating. This was an insurrection in America. And no one cares. We know for a fact that so far in every single one of the ratings that have come out, they have been equal to or less than the normal ratings for news every week, every time it's come out. We saw that when they were in the first time, lower ratings than regular evening news. We see that the second one, ratings cratered. They went from 20 million, which was average coverage, to 10 million, which is below average. We even know that in the third one, the ratings even got lower. Lower and lower and lower. No one cares. To give some context here, this is coming from The Hill. On CBS on June 9th, an episode of a program called Young Sheldon was preempted by the hearings. The network drew 3.2 million viewers, or about 600,000 less than a rerun of Young Sheldon. A rerun got more viewers than the J6 coverage. And that an original episode of Young Sheldon on May 19th brought in, brought in 6.9 million viewers. But January 6th, which we have been told, which has been sold to us as being the most important news, that this proves that what Democrats have been saying, that the government insurrection, everything's ending. No one believes them. No one cares. No one is watching this. Not even Democrats. Democrats don't agree with this. They don't believe this. And they're not watching this. That's just it. And they're covering up the things that are important. Like, let's think about the Colbert Report, which came out last week while we were shut down by YouTube. What about Colbert? He did exactly the same thing. You know what? It wasn't just the Colbert Report either. We saw that in Arizona, Saturday. We saw that in Arizona, there was riots that were going on. That protesters, these pro-abortion protesters, were beating on the doors of the Arizona state government. That they had to be dispersed because of using gas, tear gas. Matter of fact, I have that for you. One of the things I wanted to talk about today. And I will bring that up for you. Hang on. Where is it? Here it is. Did I put it here? Bingo. So let me show you what I mean. This is the news on this. So the news was breaking on June 25th. You may not have seen this. That Antifa, Arizona. Here it is. That the Department of Public Safety had to come out and try and protect the Arizona Capitol because of the abortion protesters that were trying to capture the Arizona state government, that were attempting to stop legal action, lawmakers making laws in Arizona. Newsweek even covered it. Newsweek, Arizona Capitol clash. Now, they called it a clash. They said, it was just protesters, peaceful protesters once again. But they don't even deny that members, staff, visitors had to be escorted out. They had to be evacuated and placed into a secure location because of the violent protests. That smoke and tear gas had to be used to clear away the violent protesters to protect members of the Arizona state government. It's interesting when you think about that, and that when you hear this, that they're trying to make it seem like, oh, it wasn't so bad. The Republicans were just saying that this is bad, even though state police had to come in, that they had to be evacuated. Isn't that exactly what happened on January 6th? Isn't that exactly what we have seen done over and over again by the left? Over and over again? That they use violence, that they attack government buildings, that they attack government officials. And yet it's okay when it's on the left. But if anyone on the right even comes close to doing that, well, then that's just evil. And that has to be shut down, and we have to talk about that. But if it's from the left, well, it's not that important. It's not that big a deal. But the answer is always violence from the left. It's always trying to silence people. It's always trying to excuse what's happening. They're trying to excuse this. Arizona Capitol clash. Protesters tried to storm. They say that they tried to storm the building. They did, in fact, try. They were breaking the glass. Here's a picture of it. It isn't an if. It's a fact they were. We know this. It is proof. And when we hear about, and I'm going to go into it a little more deeply, but we know that the left engage in violence on a regular basis. In Colorado, they're out and they were attacking pro-life centers. We know for a fact that Antifa was attacking women. This is what the left does. And they want to tell us, no, but it's okay when they do it. But if anyone does anything close to it, like in January 6th, well, then they're evil, demonic. They want to destroy the government. You know, the Democratic Socialists of America, their purpose is to destroy the Constitution. They want to make America socialist. They want to destroy the Constitution to create a new set of laws. In fact, we hear them talking about it. We hear Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, many of them, Adam Schiff. They've all been saying that they want to destroy the Second Amendment. They want to remove our government, the bedrock of our government, and put in their own ideas. This isn't a new thing. Is this different? Is this something that you've not heard before? Do you think I'm wrong? I understand. I've been away for a week. I haven't done this format. So perhaps it may be, maybe I'm being scattershot. Maybe I'm not being as direct as I could be. Maybe I'm not answering this properly for people. I want to make sure. If you have questions, please call in. Ask me. Tell me. If it isn't making sense to you that they're just destroying us. And I'm going to wait until we get to actually talk about abortion. Wait till we talk about the gun laws, which are coming up. You're going to see it even more. User has been banned mentions that the DSA is actually the Democratic Socialists of America, which is Alexandria's political party. It is a progressive party. It's actually the Neo-Socialist Democratic American Party. Well, they are socialists. That is correct. That is what they are. Jen Raines mentions that Pelosi's husband's DUI is also an example. They dropped the charges until the public got upset when they found out, and now he's being charged, but it's not a lot less than what a Republican would get or have gotten, or what regular citizens get. And they're also trying to withhold information about the investigation of Nancy Pelosi's husband. Well, you can also think about, how about Jussie Smollett? Jussie Smollett knowingly created a hoax. He lied to the American people for a political gain. He was trying to, actually, a selfish personal benefit. He wanted a better contract. And he took advantage of Americans, especially those Americans that did not like President Trump, that did not agree with the more right-leaning view of America. And he basically was, what's the word I'm looking for? Pandered to the progressive movement, to the left, and created a hoax. He got caught. He got called out. There was an investigation. It is proven that he was falsely making up his story, that he just lied to the American people. He got convicted in Chicago, in Illinois, by his peers because he lied. He pandered. He used people, the public and the left, to try and get advantage for himself, to selfishly get a better contract and to promote his image in Hollywood. And today, Jussie Smollett is walking around after being convicted, after being put into jail. Jussie Smollett is walking around today free and clear. You and I would still be in jail. Doesn't matter how we feel. Doesn't matter if we could adapt to prison or not. Would not make a difference. Because that's not a factor. That's not important. He committed a crime. He was convicted of the crime. And now he's not being punished for the crime. The Colbert Show entered into Congress where they are not allowed. They were walking around without any guide, which is illegal. They were banging on the doors of of Republicans and threatening, shouting threats at Republicans, which is intimidation. It is illegal. That is a crime. Exactly like those at January 6th that are being held for a year and a half, have been in jails waiting for charges for doing exactly the same thing. In fact, many of them not being allowed to enter into Congress, as the courts have determined. And yet the Colbert Report spends less than a day in jail, gets bail, and are likely never to get anything ever said about this again. But regular average American citizens, they can't get bail. They're languishing in jails for a year and a half. And when they do get to go and they plea bargain, they get 3 years of probation plus fines. Colbert Report just gets to walk out the door. It's all done. You want to talk about privilege? It's not black privilege. It's not white privilege. It's progressive privilege. If you happen to be a progressive, you live a very different life than everyone else. Progressives can use racial slurs. Progressives can commit crimes. Progressives are on another standard than everyone else. And we have the evidence of this over and over again. It's very upsetting. There's so much that I want to talk about, folks. And it's been a while since I've been able to talk to everyone. And I hope I'm not being scattershot today. I want to try and present this. And I know a lot of people want to talk about the gun laws, which I will get to. And I know you want to talk about abortions, which I will get to, and how it's impacting our lives. And I want to hear your voices to call in to 607-242-1582 to tell me what you think about all of this. But I think it's important to also get to some of the lesser stories that no one is talking about and to highlight them and to bring that up and to hear what you have to say about those comments, because that's very important. And I do mean like how on Twitter they are attacking Clarence Thomas for his political views, not his judicial determinations, but because he's not black, because he's not doing the approved thing as a black man, because he dares to be a Republican and to interpret the Constitution in a way that Justice Sotomayor does not. But they're not the only thing. Let me go to let me get a little more focused here. I want to talk about health for a second. And in particular, I want to talk about the monkeypox. Because according to NPR is suggesting that the CDC is not reporting accurately on the monkeypox. And I know what you're wondering. But Mike, monkeypox, isn't that a global pandemic? Isn't that something that we're supposed to be worried about? And if it is a global pandemic, then you can't question it, right? That's the rules according to social media. That's the rule according to the news media. You can't question the CDC. You can't question our government. You have to just accept the science as they describe it. There are no questions in science. The CDC has made their ruling. They have said that this is something we have to be afraid of. Joe Biden has gone on national TV and said, we have to be terrified. So NPR is saying, nope, that's just not true. NPR is saying, oh, no, they're not telling you how bad it is, that they're hiding evidence from you. This is what NPR is saying, and I am quoting the June 25th, 2022 article from NPR, which states that monkeypox outbreak in the United States is bigger than the CDC reports. Testing is abysmal. I am quoting NPR so that when the fact checkers come, I am not making this statement. This is not a statement from myself or anyone else, and I am not giving anyone medical advice. This is coming strictly from NPR as they have published it. And I think that's important. And I'm going to quote from that same article for all of the fact checkers out there. I want you to see this. And it says, quote, the CDC would not divulge to NPR how many tests have been performed across the country, nor will the agency say where community transmission is likely occurring in the United States, even though NPR emailed multiple times to the CDC. But the CDC did tell the New York Times that it had performed 1,058 monkeypox tests. However, it's not clear how many of these tests were duplications on the same set of people, but we do know that there is about a positivity rate of about 30% when the test is given. Here's the thing. We have an answer to monkeypox. And I know people are trying to say it's racist, it's sexist, it's, oh my God. And why is the CDC picking and choosing which accredited national news agency that they're willing to give information to? Why are they picking and choosing what information they will give to the news media and hide the rest? Especially in an environment where we have been told for years now, you can't question the science. When we have been told you must accept whatever the CDC says as fact, even if the facts that they say change. Here's the thing. Monkeypox, which is not the first time it's existed, it's not new, it's been around since the 1970s. The biggest solution to monkeypox, as it has existed, don't have unprotected sex with strangers on a regular basis. There you go. Same answer that actually, abortion, same thing. Don't want to have an abortion? Don't want to have to deal with abortion? You want to reduce the number of births in America? You don't need to kill the baby. Have less sex. Have less unprotected sex with random individuals on a regular basis. That's it. Be picky about who you have sex with. You will lower your chance of getting monkeypox. You will lower your chance of getting pregnant. That's it. You say, Mike, well, that's not fair. What's the percentage of unwed mothers in the black community? 74%? I think that is the answer. I think that is the solution. It solves a lot of things. But, who am I to question the Biden administration. You know what? I won't. I'm quoting the CDC. I'm quoting CDC. I'm quoting NPR. They have the questions. Let me go to some of your comments. So, let's see here. John mentions that monkeypox has been around for years, but they don't want you to know that. They downplayed the fact that this is not a new disease. This has been around since the 1970s, normally only affecting people in the Congo, which is in Africa. Very rarely getting to be an outbreak other places. Now, John mentions that monkeypox is now a racist infection because it's known to infect more Africans. And they want to change the name now. Well, it's always affected Africans. It's almost entirely 90% of the world that are individuals in the world that are affected by monkeypox come from the Congo region of Africa. That is just a fact. That is a scientific fact. And it's been named monkeypox for decades, nearly half a century. What's racist about that? Why is that a big deal? Why has that suddenly changed? Because today it's affecting, theoretically, some 200 Americans. I don't know. Dow says, well, we moved on. They still push in the hopes that it'll gin up fear so that they can assert more authority to push the government and adhere to the WHO, World Health Organization. And that he wouldn't be surprised if the CDC wants to be a local WHO, World Health Organization authority affiliate. It seems like they act in that manner. I do have to agree with you, Dow. Dow says he didn't know. Let me read this comment. They may be a contributor, but I don't think they are on the payroll of the CDC, though our government was paying the WHO, but I don't think they received any kickbacks. I don't know if there's kickbacks or not. That's a good question. That's funny. I see the herpes joke. It's funny. Dow mentions that if monkeypox was any real issue, they know that the old smallpox vaccine would work in I cannot speak. This is what happens when I haven't done the show in a week. If the monkeypox was any real issue, they know the old smallpox vaccine worked to inoculate people to be able to fare better during an outbreak. Yes, but gee, what we don't know is how will the smallpox vaccine work in conjunction with the pandemic vaccine that has not gone through 7 years of testing previously. Do those medications work together? Do they work against each other? Does it make it more effective or less effective? We don't know the answer to that. No one has ever done the testing on it, which might be one reason why we have not heard about the big push for a smallpox vaccine. Although this has yet to reach epidemic level. Monkeypox is not a global threat. It still is a threat in the Congo, where 90% of cases exist, but it's not a global pandemic. And again, the easier solution than trying to inoculate the entirety of America with a second vaccine that may interfere with the last vaccine that they tried to pump into 75% of America is just pick who you have sex with. Be more picky. Don't just have random sex without looking at this person's body, without checking out their personal history, without protection. Don't just have unprotected sex. It's actually a lot simpler. The majority of people who have been transmitting that have so far been identified as transmitting monkeypox have been individuals who have had sex, mostly with bisexual and gay men. But even without that, I don't care. It's looking at everyone. Doesn't matter if you're bisexual or gay or if you're straight. Don't just have lots of random sex with individuals that you don't know the personal history of and do so in an unprotected manner. How hard is that? Does that not make sense? Which is one of the reasons in the past, since 1974, one of the reasons why monkeypox has not been a global pandemic is because people were picky about who they had sex with, especially if they were having unprotected sex. This isn't that hard to figure out, folks. It's not that hard to figure out, I would think. But yet they're trying to make it more and more difficult. Why would they do that? Because you have to be afraid. Joe Biden has been talking about how you should be terrified of the monkeypox. Guess what? I am not terrified of monkeypox. I am neither gay nor bisexual. And I am not having unprotected sex with large numbers of women. I'm not worried about monkeypox. My chance of being infected by monkeypox is infinitesimal. It is an infinitesimal number. I'm not randomly just going to get monkeypox because that's not the way it's transmitted. So why should I be? But yet Joe Biden has gone on since January talking about monkeypox and how we should, it was late February when he started talking about monkeypox. And he's been telling people, you got to be afraid. You need to get a vaccine. No, I don't. I don't need the smallpox vaccine. You probably don't need the smallpox vaccine. Why? Don't have random sex with large numbers of people unprotected. I've said it 3 times now. I don't think I need to say it again. It's that simple. Don't have to be afraid. It's not a big deal. Done. Next. But if you are afraid, and if you're desperate for yet another vaccine, gee, I bet you're going to vote for a Democrat that is pushing fear. I bet that you would say, oh, but I can't trust not having sex with random numbers of people unprotected. No, that's not good enough. You need the government to protect you, and the government will protect you by giving you yet another injection of a vaccine that may or may not conflict with the last one that they gave you. You're going to give more and more power to the government, and you want the government to have power to force me, someone who has almost no risk whatsoever, you want me to also have to comply to the government when I don't need it. Does that sound fair? Does that sound like something is wrong? Because someone else is afraid of monkeypox because of the fear-mongering, they're going to empower a government to take away my right, and I'm not afraid. Isn't that something we should be afraid of? Isn't that something we should talk about? Isn't this something that will affect millions of lives? Because a small number of people are afraid, everyone else has to lose their freedom of choice of healthcare. That doesn't seem like a fair trade-off. But I know what you're thinking. Mike, I want to get to guns. I want to get to abortion. Mike, let me understand. And remember, America is great, and you're going to be protected. And no, it doesn't matter because the government is super, super powerful. The government is more powerful than me. The government is more powerful than you. Except I don't think they are. According to WTKR, by the way, all links to everything I'm going to discuss and more will be in the description at the end of the show. So you can see this for yourself, make your own decisions. But I don't think the United States government is as powerful as it used to be. I know it's not as respected as it used to be. And part of that's because the U.S. Navy is putting out videos about pronouns. Yeah, this is it. Let me ask you, do you think that if you, a nation that doesn't like America, I don't know, Iran, China, Russia, Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea, some nation that doesn't like America, and if you saw Mr. Sunshine Rainbow and this chick, that's the United States Navy. Are you afraid of them? Doesn't that look like a hard charger who's going to take names? Can you imagine either of those two individuals with an M16 protecting or trying to protect American citizens? Wouldn't that put the fear of God in you looking at these two guys running around the battlefield in their rainbow flags, using the they, them, their, ze, zer kind of pronouns? Would that not strike fear into your heart? Because it bloody well doesn't strike fear into my heart. And I'm a Marine. My father was a Marine. I have a sister who's in the Army. I've got friends and family members that have served in every single department of the United States military, active in wartime and in the reserves. I know hundreds, maybe thousands of individuals who have served at any given time for decades, even before I was born. And you know what? Every single one of them gave more of a threat and gave more of the impression of the power of the United States military than these two people worried about what name you call someone. You know what I call someone in training, on base, in a time of war, when I am being attacked by enemies, enemy combatants? You know what I call another Marine? Marine. You know what I call someone in the Army? A soldier. Navy? A sailor. In the Air Force? An airman. They have a name. That's it. You want to get more specific? I got a great idea. Call them by their rank. When I was in the Marine Corps, you called me Lance Corporal Vasquez. Period. You can call me Marine. You can call me Lance Corporal Vasquez. If you had higher rank than me, maybe you'd call me by my first name. Maybe. But I already had a name, Marine. I had another name, Lance Corporal. Period. I don't care whether you call someone he, she, they, them, it, ze, zer, whatever. I don't care. Because that's not important. That doesn't get the mission done. That doesn't protect Americans or the American ideals. That doesn't save lives. And they want you to understand, this is what the Navy is now worried about. They're not worried about getting that China is building up a huge global Navy. They're not worried about the submarines that are enabled by the Chinese government. They're not worried about protecting America's naval interests. They're worried about what name you're going to call the person sitting next to you. Seriously, this is the biggest concern that the American Navy has. That's what's wasting their time. They're spending our tax dollars to try and decide what they should call each other. I got a great answer. You're a sailor. Done. I just saved America millions of dollars. Matter of fact, don't just take my word for it. Robert J. O'Neill, a former sniper and SEAL member of the United States Navy, he says, let me make it simple for the entire U.S. Navy. Your pronouns are shipmate and shipmate. There, I just saved the taxpayers millions by avoiding a ridiculously useless training anchors away. Let's save our government and our Navy the time, the money, the personnel. Let's just save it all. You have a name. Sailors, or perhaps shipmate and shipmates. That's it. You're done. Or call you by your rank. Is there anyone who disagrees with this? Is there anyone who has ever served in the military that thinks I am wrong? That thinks that Robert O'Neill, a member of the SEAL team and a sniper, do you think we're wrong? That's it. Here's your rank. That's it. How much money are we going to... I wish they would actually give away the number. How many billions of dollars is the Navy going to waste? And I'm sure the Air Force is right behind them to try and do the same thing. Guaranteed. I'm surprised the Air Force didn't come up with this idea first. How many billions are we going to waste? How many man hours are we going to waste trying to teach Marines? Okay, so that Marine, you have to call them Zur. And that Marine, you've got to call them Z. And this Marine wants to be known as Emperor of the fucking universe. Excuse my language. And you have to call them that. Otherwise, they may have a hurt feeling. Don't mind the fact that you have to remember all of that while an enemy, say Al-Qaeda or the Taliban or ISIS, are trying to mow you all down, shooting you with AK-47s and IEDs. They're trying to kill you. But don't worry about that. That's not important. I don't need to train you how to disarm an IED. I need you to be able to understand what Zur means. Because that's what's really important. Are we serious? Are we really serious about this? No wonder China has absolutely no fear of the Biden-Harris administration and their leadership of our military. No wonder they have General Milley giving them a call rather than taking actions to protect America. No wonder they think that they have this all wrapped up and that Taiwan is all theirs and the United States won't do anything. No wonder Russia and Vladimir Putin decided that they can go barn stomping all over Europe because the United States, they have no clue. I mean, does this not make sense, folks? And you don't have to agree with me. I'm more than happy to hear someone say, Mike, you just don't get it. It is really, really important to military discipline that you call someone Zur before you tell them to go attack that machine gun nest and kill the enemy. Maybe it's me, but I tell you what, my time in the Marines, my father's time in the Marines, my sister's time in the Army, my friends who are in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, everyone I've known for decades and for decades before I got in had absolutely no problem with being called whatever name you want. And I guarantee you, if I am in charge of a fire team and we are under fire by the enemy, I will call you any and every name I can think of that motivates you to get up and return fire to kill whoever is trying to kill us, to take out that enemy combatant. Because that's important. And whether your feelings are hurt or not doesn't matter to me, because a bullet will hurt a whole lot more. Does that not make sense to people? I don't know. User has been banned mentions, well, maybe they're playing 4D chess. Maybe this is a trick to make China and Russia and the rest of the world think that America's weak when we're really strong. And this way they're going, why risk that? I mean, it doesn't even make sense. I just do not get this. I do not get this, folks. I do not. This is a waste of, and by the way, we're paying for this. This is coming out of your tax dollars. We are going to spend billions. Let me say this again. We're going to spend tens of billions of dollars to sit down Marines and Army and sailors and airmen to teach them, okay, and this person, you should say Zur to this person, and that person is Z, and that person is it. The other one is going to be called he or she or sometimes both. And you have to do this every time, even while under fire. Otherwise, you won't get promotions and you may be in penalty of an NJP, the NJP 15 violation. Really? Really? I swear to God, I hope that never comes to the Marine Corps. I hope every single drill instructor that someone comes up and says, everyone on Paris Island, I pity the fool that goes to Paris Island and says, well, I'm Zur. You've got to call me Zur. They're going to call you Thing. And if you're lucky, they'll call you some undisciplined rock and demand that you do 500 push-ups until they get tired. The drill instructor gets tired. Yeah. And I hope to God that's exactly what the response is. Who wants to be identified as Zur? Fantastic. Run around Paris Island 5 times. Until you forget this stupid idea that you're going to be called anything except rock. I don't know. This is me. Because I think this is stupid. And we're spending money on it. This is money that as inflation is climbing, as food is shrinking, there's less food available. We are wasting our time spending billions of dollars that we don't have to teach something that is absolutely useless. Just like we're told to be afraid of monkeypox, there's a simple solution there. There's a simple solution to unwanted pregnancy. There's a simple solution to this. Just use the simple solution. It's been working for hundreds of years. Stop messing with it. Why are we going through this social experiment? Because a bunch of Democrats want more power? Because a political faction likes it? Because they prefer it? Because they're upset? I could care less. And this comes from a Marine. This is my professional opinion as a Marine, in speaking with other Marines, in speaking to members of other militaries. This is stupid. If you disagree with me, if you think it's important to call someone by their pronouns while under fire from an enemy, if you think that's important, please call in to 607-242-1582 and explain it to me. By the way, start off by telling me if you have ever been in the military. I want to hear from veterans on that. I want to hear from people who have been under live fire and tell me, nope. The most important thing on a battlefield is knowing someone's pronouns. Please, I dare you. I double dare you. Let's bring that in front of let's have a congressional hearing on that. Show me anyone who's been under fire at any time. World War II, Korea, Vietnam, over in Operation Desert Storm, right now, anywhere in the world, Somalia. Please show me anyone who says the most important thing while being under fire is calling someone by their proper gender. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to hear the phone ring on that one. That being said, so we're going to get into the guns. We're going to get into abortion. I know I keep saying that. I am getting there. And yes, user has been banned. It is about as important as adding a bra to a bull. It's right in there. It's right there. But you know why we're hearing all this stuff? You know where this is coming from? It's coming from a leader, quote unquote leader, who has to have a cue card to tell him where to sit. Let's get this right, okay? And this is coming from Business Insider, and this was on, what is this, June 25th, 24th? Joe Biden has a cue card that tells him, walk into the room, say hello to everybody. You sit in your seat. Really? He needs those kinds of instructions? No wonder we have to worry about whether or not we need to respect pronouns in the middle of a firefight. Yeah. Because we got a guy, he has no idea. This is not just embarrassing It destroys all of the diplomacy that the United States is engaged in at this moment. Everyone in the world got to see this cue card. It's bad enough that we have seen in prior press meetings that Joe Biden has a list that shows him exactly who's he's supposed to ask questions of in the room, numbered and in order. That all of the questions have been pre-selected, and he has to go person by person on the list so that he's only going to get exactly the questions that they have already planned for. That's bad enough, and that's authoritarian enough. But now we are seeing that Joe Biden has to have a cue card telling him where he's supposed to sit. Let's take a look at this. Now, here it is. The full list of the instructions. Quote, you enter the Roosevelt room and say hello to the participants. End quote. Are you kidding me? He couldn't figure out to do that entering a room? Quote, you take your seat. Whose seat was he going to take otherwise? Where in the room was he going to be sitting down? The press enters. Who did he think was entering the room? Why did he think he was there? You, Joe Biden, give brief comments. Really? What did he think he was going to do in that room? He was going to break out with show tunes? Was he supposed to quote Hamlet? The press leaves. Well, who did he think was going to be leaving the room at that point? You ask Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO, a question. By the way, Liz isn't in the room. Look at the TV. Look at the TV. She's there, not in the room. No one's in the chairs. The press already left. She's the only other person speaking. Okay. Thank the participants, then you leave. Really? This is supposed to be the leader of the free world. This is someone, we have to say this to the leader of the free world. We are so screwed. We are screwed. No wonder no one takes us seriously. They have been watching this happen real time in the G20 meetings, in the G7 meetings, and NATO meetings. They have watched Joe Biden go to meetings around the world, being lost, just wandering around until his wife, Jill, finds him and pulls him in the right direction. This is why he has been isolated from the press and is not allowed to just randomly talk to people. Someone always comes and grabs him and takes him away because he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what he is doing. If you have to get these kind of instructions for him to follow, then this is someone who needs to have the 25th Amendment used on them. They do not get to sit in the White House. This is someone who needs to be in an old folks' home. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. Come on, guys. Does anyone think I'm wrong? Anyone who voted, 81 million people supposedly voted for Joe Biden. Can one of those people call into the program and explain to me why Joe Biden needs a cue card to tell him where to sit down and to explain to him that when people enter the room, they're the press? Can someone explain that to me? Can someone who voted for Joe Biden please explain to me how they think that this information, which is now global, is not going to hurt the United States in negotiations with China over Taiwan, Russia over the fighting in the Ukraine, the Iran on the Iran nuclear deal, or any other nation in any other aspect? I mean, you're right, guys. User, Jan, Dal, I know you guys are all right. This is an embarrassment. And this is why we are seeing so many problems. It's part of the reason why we're facing the energy crisis that we are facing right now, just as we see that Germany is giving up on this stupid idea of renewable energy because they are in a natural gas crisis that, hello, wake up call, the price of energy is about to spike even higher. Why? Because they have even less gas and oil than they ever had before, and they need to buy it. They are desperate. The cost is going to go higher because Joe Biden doesn't have the balls nor the ability to explain what his international policy is and how it's going to save the United States. He's doing exactly what Obama told us that we needed to do. This is from back in December 6th of 2015. Hey, do you remember Obama telling us that we must necessarily skyrocket electricity prices, and he put in cap and trade to make sure that that would happen? That is a fact. Let's start talking about gun control. I know, you take your seat. That is my favorite. It is just so explicit that this guy has no idea what he is doing, that he is completely lost, that he should not be in charge of anything. If he can't figure out how to get to his seat, he shouldn't be in charge of anything. It has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with he is not functionally capable of the position and therefore should not be there. If he can't figure out where he's supposed to sit down, why are we having this conversation? 81 million votes, folks, spent the entire time, 2019, 2020, sitting in a basement. Do you know why? Because he didn't know where else to go. He didn't have a cue card telling him where to show up. If you think I'm wrong and you voted for him, 607-242-1582, call on in. By the way, I should also mention, I hope that you're enjoying this, whether it's for entertainment value, information value, just in presentation. If you're enjoying this, please, I do ask you, like, share, subscribe. It makes a big difference for me. We're trying to get to 1,234 subscribers. It's not a large number. We're not trying to be the biggest. We're just trying to reach more people around the world. And with your help, we will be able to do so. So, time to talk about gun control. Hang on. Okay. Let's talk about gun control. And I know people want to call in about this, and I'm very happy to hear anyone call in to 607-242-1582. The phone, oh, wait a minute. Sorry about that. The phone, did anyone try and call? The phone was, I plugged it in the wrong way. Did anyone try and call so far? No. Okay, haven't missed any phone calls. So if you want to, please call in 607-242-1582. The phone is on, connected. We're all ready. We're waiting to hear from you. And so we saw the Senate pass the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It is a lie. It is a lie. It will not make you safer. It is going to spend money that we do not have. It's going to increase inflation, and it is going to leave you less safe than you were before. That is a fact. I can say that. Yes, the Senate passes the most significant gun control legislation in decades. It's not. It's not the most significant. Well, let me say this. It is significant against your rights. It has no impact on criminals. This will not affect a single crazed, deranged, demonic individual. It will not stop a single mass shooting in America. It has no impact on those guys. It's not targeting them. It's targeting you. It's targeting me. That's just a fact. It's not going to do a bloody thing to any of those people. And I'm really sad to say that. Because we already know that this has been a complete setup. PolitiFact was pushing around a story saying that that news media should beware misinformation on red flag laws, including if anyone says that they lack due process. That's a fact. Let's be very clear. And I've been talking about this since 2018. I have written reports on this. I have read through 150 different sources on this. I've spoken to members of the New York State government and the federal government and lawyers across this nation for years. Yes, due process is limited. You don't get due process under a red flag action until after the punishment has been applied. There is an accusation that you might be a danger to yourself or others, which is not a crime, and you lose your property, you lose your children, you are stigmatized in the public eye, and then, after all that has happened, then and only then do you begin to get due process, a right to defend yourself. Only after you have been punished to the fullest extent are you allowed to question what anyone has said about you, that the accusation that came up to you, and say it's not true. To then begin the process to say, I am innocent. Remember, in America, you are innocent until proven guilty. Unlike in many countries, in America, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a shadow of doubt. Period. If there is doubt, the doubt goes to innocence. That is the presumption of the United States government. That is the military. That is our legal system. If there is doubt, then you must assume innocence. You start with innocence. With red flag laws, you assume that an accusation is true and that the person isn't innocent, and take away their property, take away their children, you take away their rights, and then they get to defend themselves and try to prove that the accusation is not true. Is there any legal expert? Is there any elected official, any candidate in America that wants to debate with me on that? Is there a single proponent of who is against the Second Amendment that wants to talk to me about red flag laws and my knowledge in every single state, including the national bill, H.R. 2377? That is the national red flag law that they're trying to pass. Do they want to tackle me on this? I am more than happy to take on any and every Democrat, every progressive, everyone who's against the Second Amendment, everyone who is advocating for the red flag laws. I will debate any of them, anywhere, in any format. That's how confident I am about what I know about red flag laws, about the research that I have done into red flag laws. And I will tell you, as will any legal expert under the rules of Justice Friendly's rules on due process, 15 steps. This is a legal standard. Every lawyer in America is taught this. Red flag laws violate all 15 steps. That is a fact. It's not a question. It's not a debate. It's not up for your opinion. It isn't a relative truth. It's not my truth. It's not your truth. It is the truth. It is fact. But you have people like PolitiFact who are trying to tell you, no, that's not true. No. There's due process. There's lots of due process. They leave out after the punishment, after an accusation has been made, after you have been punished. Then you get due process. Then you try to prove. There isn't another situation in American legal system where you are punished without ever having a moment to defend yourself. That's just, so they're wrong. And they are trying to convince other journalists that they should tell a lie. In fact, if you go to this link, which is, as the Senate considers funding red flag laws, tips for journalists about the law. By the way, funding, yeah, the bipartisan reform is funding. It doesn't protect you. It's going to spend money. This is more Democrat spending. Over $1.4 trillion in new spending. It's called inflation. That's what this is. They think that if they spend enough money, crime will go down. Never worked before, but that's the new idea. So as they want to fund red flag laws, and I'm going to get into that in a second. What? Oh, wait a minute. I don't know why this. I apologize that the comments went down. I don't know why that is. I apologize. Thank you for letting me know, John. I thought they were up there. But this is crazy, folks. So they want to say, I must have hit the wrong button somewhere along the way. So the Senate's saying that this, and they want other members of the press, they want you to say, in states without red flag laws, which is the majority, overwhelming majority of states in the United States, reporters can look at similar laws, such as restraining orders, not the same thing, and look for loopholes where red flag laws could have helped. Loopholes? Restraining orders? This isn't a restraining order. This is taking away someone's property. This is accusing someone of a crime that never happened. This is an accusation that someone is being punished for because of their opinion. There is nothing similar to this. There's nothing in American law that is even close to anything like this. But yet that's what attorney, you're supposed to look up restraining orders? Not the same thing. Great. Journalists are supposed to have a conversation in a newsroom to decide what to call it, because red flag laws, that may not be the nicest term. Maybe you want to use ERPO, or maybe you want to use extreme risk protection order, whichever one gets the biggest emotional impact from your readers, whichever of these words that makes people decide that they want to do this, whatever it takes to push this forward. Like Hillary Clinton said last week, whatever it takes to win the election, whatever it takes to convince American people that this is a good idea, that's what the newsrooms should decide to call it. They could call it, I don't know, fluffy bunnies. And if that sells it, go ahead, call it that. That's what this conversation is. This is what they are suggesting that newsrooms should do. Call it whatever helps to move this forward. Okay. One of the things they say, beware of misinformation about red flag laws, including critics who say they lack due process, which is not accurate. It is accurate. They lack due process at the beginning. You only gain due process as defined by Justice Friendly and his 15 rules of due process as taught in law schools across this nation. They lack all 15 and does not start giving anyone due process until after you have been punished. That is a fact. I have talked to dozens of lawyers about this. I have talked to lawmakers about this. I have done FOIAs with Connecticut, Indiana, and multiple states about this. That is a fact. It may not be a positive fact if you don't like guns. It may not be a positive fact if you want the government to take away people's guns, but it is a fact. Let's go on. Another myth, according to this article, another myth is that the laws will allow people with a grudge, such as an ex-spouse, your ex-wife, your ex-girlfriend, your ex-roommate, a teacher in a school, a doctor, a member of the military, a member of the press. These are all people who can start a red flag action against you. Depending on which state you're in and the exact rules, yeah, any of these people, including family members, anyone, yeah, they can all put this against you. So if any one of these people have a grudge against you, they can file a petition to take someone's guns away. They can. It's called a red flag. That's what the ERPOs are. It is a petition for the government to take away your guns. That is a fact. And yes, an ex-wife and an ex-roommate and an ex-girlfriend, by the way, someone you had significant and intimate relations with, which means a one-night stand, could potentially have a red flag action against you. That is according to the National Red Flag Action, which is the HR 2377. Yes, significant relations can have a red flag against you. Law enforcement, going back to the article, law enforcement agencies screen tips that might lead to a petition, and judges consider evidence. Let me be very clear here. In my research since 2008, going back to 1999, and talking to the state of Connecticut and Indiana, in every single state that I am aware of, in every single red flag action that has ever happened, tens of thousands of them, there has never been a judge that has turned down a red flag action, an ERPO, an extreme risk protection order. They have never denied it, to my knowledge, ever, since 1999. And I have yet to be able to find record of any red flag action that was denied by a judge, ever. That's just, and I have yet to see any evidence that that has ever been the case. And the reason for that is every judge is terrified that if they are wrong, and the person that was the subject of the red flag goes out and commits a crime like the Buffalo shooter, the Buffalo, New York shooter, who was brought in, was evaluated, lied, released, and then committed a heinous, atrocious, demonic attack. They all say yes, because they're afraid that the Buffalo shooter will be the case they have in front of them. So they at least have the right to say, no, we brought them in for evaluation. No, we did the red flag log. They still committed the crime, but it's not my fault because I signed the order. That's why every judge since 1999 that I have been able to find records from in every single state that has a red flag law has always said yes. By the way, everybody who is watching this right now, has anyone ever heard of any judge in any jurisdiction that has not signed a red flag law? Ever. So it's not, I want to be sure. Has anyone ever seen evidence where a red flag law action did not happen? Because I can't find it anywhere in the United States, ever, since 1999. Not once. That's 23 years. Can't find one. Doesn't exist. And I've just told you why it does not exist. And I told you why it will never exist, because they're afraid that the person they're talking about is going to be the next Buffalo shooter. And therefore, they will always side with this. There is no one in the room, when they're talking about red flag laws, there is no one in that room when the accusation is made that is on your side. There is no one there to protect you. Not one. Not the person who accused you, not the judge, not the prosecutor, not the police. They are not there on your side. No one is there to be on your side, which means they have violated due process at that moment. That is a fact, because you are not in that room. You aren't told anything. You aren't allowed to protect yourself. Does not happen. You don't have a lawyer in that room. That's red flag laws. I am breaking this down, folks, If you're finding, just if you don't want to talk to people about anything else, cut out this section. Point them to these timestamps so that they can follow this for themselves. So that they can look at this and go, oh my God, is that what's really going on? Yes, this is what's really going on. This is how it's going to be abused. Let me be very specific about this, because this came from the Pointer organization as referred to by PolitiFact. And I am going to make sure that this is very clear for you how they are absolutely wrong. Yes, your ex-wife, your ex-girlfriend, your one-night stand, your roommate, any of them can have a grudge and file a red flag action. And they do. And in 2019, an ex-employee in Oneida County caused a red flag against their former employer that they had a grudge and argument with, and that man then committed suicide because of the negative publicity and impact to his business. His business was ruined. He was socially shunned on social media. The media, the news agencies, the major mainstream news media beat up on him as if he were an evil man, and he killed himself. That is a fact. 2019, Oneida County, look it up. I've done videos on it. It's true. Yes, they can file grudges. Yes, and it will go through every single time. And yet, PolitiFact is telling the news media, don't tell the public. They don't want you to know. They want to lie to your face about this. They don't want you to realize what the consequences are of what they are about to do to this nation. What 18 states and Washington, D.C. are doing to American citizens. What is happening in New York State right this second. And none of this makes you safer. None of it. Not just because the person could lie, like the Buffalo shooter. Just lied. But not just that, because they can get it. They get illegal guns. They use them illegally. They will make bombs like in Slumberg in New York. They'll use a car like in Waukesha, like in Manhattan, like in Las Vegas. You're not safer. Am I making this very clear? And there are alternatives. We know this. In Oklahoma, the governor has made a decision. He didn't use red flag laws. He's trying to protect people by making people aware, by trying to execute other solutions. Because red flag laws don't work. They have never worked. Since 1999, they have never worked. It's like the New York Safe Act. It has never worked. Magazine bans, gun bans, does not work. In Delaware, right now, in Delaware, there is a new gun ban. It does not work. You want to know why the Delaware gun ban doesn't work? Because the Ruger Mini 14, there are two versions, a folding stock and a wood stock. It's the same exact gun, fires the same exact bullet at the same exact rate. It is identical. There is nothing different except one has a wooden solid stock. Looks like a hunting rifle. Another one has a folding stock. It looks like something that might be used in an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. The one with the metal stock is illegal. The wooden stock is legal in Delaware. That is stupid. That is because lawmakers don't know what the hell they are doing. They have no understanding of what they are talking about, and they never bother to speak to an actual human being, an average American citizen. They only listen to activist groups that put together a list and said, that looks scary. I don't want that. That looks like something in a movie. That must be illegal. And yes, they are also banning bump stocks. When was the last time you heard about a bump stock? When was the last time you heard someone say, oh, that bump stock, that was a problem? Hello, Heather. Heather says, I heard they did pass the red flag laws on the same day as they overturned abortion. Nope, 2 days different. Same as the Ukraine surrendered to Russia as well. No, Ukraine hasn't surrendered. And they were 2 different days. They came out with, and it wasn't that they passed, well, let me stop. So there are several things that happened within the space of 3 days. The Supreme Court decided that New York State and the nation does not have a right to deny you a license to carry a firearm. This flies in the face of the Ninth Circuit Court in the case of Young versus Hawaii, where the Ninth Circuit Court decided you don't have a right to protect yourself outside your home. And I have this. Hang on. Let me bring this up for you guys, because I know a lot of people don't know this. Let me show you. So this is the case. In 2000, it's a 2018 case, Young versus Hawaii, where, and this is from the Supreme Court, and they decided you do not have a right to protect yourself. The moment you close your front door, you no longer have a right to protect yourself. Only the government has a right to protect you. That's what the Ninth Circuit Court decided. The Supreme Court decided in this case, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, B-R-U-E-N, which is the New York State Police. They said that's not true. You have a right to protect yourself, and New York State shall give you a license to be able to defend yourself. Not that they might give you one, but that they shall give you one. That they must give you a license because you have a Second Amendment right forever. Okay, that's what the decisions were, and that came out. And at the same time, in the New York State Senate, they went out and they passed what is this, which is the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which is a bill that funds red flag laws, and it gives, in fact, it funds them to the tune of, oh, where is it? I think it's, I'll show you the page. Here it is. So, this is page 68. And on page 68, it says, for an additional amount, state and local law enforcement assistance, $1.4 trillion to remain available until spent, or for grants administered by the Office of Justice Programs. That this is $1.4 trillion. That's what they spent to make sure, and this is what's really, really sick about this. Congress and Biden just signed into law that the United States federal government is going to use $1.4 trillion of your taxpayer dollars, your money that we don't have, that's going to increase inflation. They're going to use that to entice, to buy off the states. And they're going to pay each state to have a red flag law that doesn't work, and to create a list of American citizens that have had red flags used against them. Now, let's be very clear. What they are paying for is for the government. Every state is going to get paid X dollars. Let's call it $500. Let's call it $5,000 per person that New York State takes away your right to the Second Amendment. For every person they put on and use this red flag against and deny them without any due process the right to own a firearm, the government will hand New York State $5,000. And if your state doesn't have a red flag law, they will give your state $50 million to create a red flag, and I'm using the dollar amounts as an example. It's $1.4 trillion. Could be much, much more. Might be $50,000 per person. It could be $5 million to create a red flag law in your state. So then you can go out and fill a list of people that you're going to deny their rights for so that the state can get money. New York State is in the hole $8 billion. We have a deficit, $8 billion. That's more money than many countries have on an annual basis. Countries don't even make $8 million. $8 billion. There are many countries that don't even make $8 billion. That's how much debt New York State has for 1 year. And let's think about this. And they're going to get 50,000, 5 million, some amount of money every year for taking away your rights and freedoms. Do you think they have a financial incentive to take away your rights and freedoms? Because that's what Joe Biden just signed into law. That's what 14 senators made possible. That's what the Democratic Party voted for, to pay off your state to take away your freedom. If there is anyone, any elected official, if there is any member of the Biden administration, the ATF, anyone who voted for Joe Biden that wants to argue with me about this, that wants to present their side, I will listen with the deepest respect. I will treat you with the utmost of respect and cordiality to hear your argument, to try and show how anything I have said is wrong. I have been asking lawmakers to tell me how I am wrong since 2018. I have had members of the New York Assembly, the New York Senate. I've had candidates. I've had attorneys. I have had members of our federal government. I've talked to them on the record and off the record. Not one can refute what I am saying to you today. Not one can tell you I am wrong. Not one. They will never tell you I'm wrong because this is the truth. Not my truth, not your truth, not someone's guess at truth. This is the empirical, semantic, mathematical, absolute truth. I want you to think about that, folks. Think about everything I've just explained to you, and I'm showing you this in writing. This is from the bill. This is what it is doing. This is only part of what it's doing, but this is the biggest part. This is $1.4 trillion to buy you, to buy your rights. This is progressives buying your Second Amendment right. And you don't get to defend yourself until after they have punished you. Women, men, minorities, that's it. American citizens, you're going to be punished. Let me get to some of the comments here. I know, I went on to a little bit of a rant. Let me get to some of the comments here because I want to hear what people have to say. Let me look through this real quick because I want to see if anyone tells me I'm wrong. If you think I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to hear it. I want to give you the time to be able to tell me how I am wrong. So I just want to look it over real quick. Okay, in looking over every single comment, not one person has told me so far that I am wrong, that I have misunderstood, that I have misquoted, that I have misidentified any of the evidence or any of the information I've provided to you. And if anyone does think I have, again, I want to give you the time to be able to present your case. Besides the fact that you can call in to 607-242-1582. And you can tell me take as much time as you need to explain to me how I am wrong. If you're a politician, I especially will give you as long as any elected official needs, or any candidate that thinks I am wrong. I will give you as much time as you need. I will give you 12 hours nonstop to explain to me how I am wrong, if you can. Because I don't think they can. But let me make sure. So, some of the comments. John mentions that our GOP senators actually came out and said that she voted yes on this bill, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, because it would help our state. Yet red flag laws won't affect us. Well, first, that's only half true. And I'll explain that in 1 second. John goes on to mention that Manchin said he voted for it because it was a bipartisan bill. So, and people in West Virginia are upset with both of them, and they should be. So first of all, red flag laws will not positively affect anyone. It will negatively affect thousands of people. And the state, and it will be a help to your state because your state is going to get part of the $1.4 trillion to put you on a list to deny you your rights, which will help that state pay off its debt. So yes, it will help the state. Doesn't help you, doesn't make you safer, but it does help the state. And it won't give you any security. It doesn't make your life any better. And Manchin voted for it because it's bipartisan. Well, that's stupid. That's like saying, well, they were wearing red yesterday, so I voted for it. Well, because somebody else said it's a good idea. It must be a good idea. That's stupid. That is a stupid reason to vote for anything. Well, Joe voted for it. I have to vote for it too. Bob and Sue, they voted for it. I've got to vote for it too. Did you read it? Do you understand what it does? Joe Manchin obviously didn't because his answer was, well, everyone else voted for it. So, I jumped off the ledge too because the rest of the lemmings jumped off the cliff. I have to jump off the cliff as well. That's what he just said. User has been banned says that this would be the equivalent of legal swatting. It has been used in that manner already. So yes, that is true. It has been used in the form of legal swatting. Well, continue to do that. I would expect it's going to become more likely, not less likely. And user says, so how is this a myth? These things are happening, and as I said, they have been documented. So it's not a myth. This isn't a question. It's not in doubt. This is factually correct. John mentions that if police actually upheld their oaths, they wouldn't be behind this law. John, I disagree. The police follow the law. They don't determine what laws they follow, and they shouldn't. It's not on the police. If it's on the books, the police should execute the law. The problem is the lawmakers. They are making bad law. Police are executing the law. That's their job. Do what the law says. Enforce the law as it exists. I don't want police picking and choosing which law they will follow. That is a recipe for something bad. What we need are police to follow the law. We need lawmakers to make good laws. If we have them make good laws, there's no problem with police enforcing good laws. It's when police are enforcing bad laws that we have a big problem. And this is what this points out. You may disagree, but I think that's an important distinction. I don't want police to decide, well, illegal immigration, that's not as important. I'm not going to enforce illegal immigration laws. Sorry, that's not their choice. Follow the law. You don't like the immigration laws? Change them. But don't pick and choose whether or not you're going to follow this law or that law, because that's how you get to the point where you go, well, that crack dealer, I don't feel like enforcing the drug laws, so let the crack dealer sell the crack to children. It's okay. That's what happens when you pick and choose laws. I don't want that. Let's make better laws so that they follow them and we have better outcomes. That's, I think, is a better answer. Heather mentions, I did answer your question, Heather. I did answer about the bump stocks, which don't exist. And quite honestly, in terms of the bump stocks, just understand something. And I've shown that in my conversations over at the Rory Sauter show on Thursday, and my discussion with the Liberty First Foundation on Friday, I believe in some of my conversations at the National Firearms Coalition, I have said over and over again, and it's true, and I've shown the link to the ATF. It is a fact. According to the ATF, right now, there are 741,000 machine guns legally owned in America. At this moment, 3.3 million rocket launchers, flamethrowers, grenade launchers, tanks, mines, and other forms of bombs are legally owned by American citizens right now. These are true weapons of war. These are true assault weapons. According to the ATF, there are over 4 million of these items combined that are legally owned in America right this second. Not one of them are a problem. When was the last time you heard someone say, they used a machine gun to break into that grocery store? They used a tank to go in and rob a bank. You don't hear that. It doesn't happen. They aren't the problem. So, same thing with bump stocks. They're not the problem. The problem is that someone decided the only answer they have in life is to take an innocent human being's life, either in a mass shooting, a school shooting, or whether it's a violent crime like mugging and burglary. Doesn't make a difference. They decide that someone else's life doesn't matter. And that's the problem. Red flag laws, New York SAFE Act, magazine bans, gun bans, the ban in Delaware, none of that will make a difference. No matter how much money you pay a state to put people on a list to deny them their rights, it doesn't matter how much you pay, it will never stop that crime. And if it was a problem, if you could do that, then there wouldn't be 3 million people owning rocket launchers and flamethrowers and 741,000 machine guns owned in the United States at this time. Just wouldn't be the fact. Let me see what else is being said here. Yes, many people say licenses should not be needed because the law says your rights shall not be infringed. But while I believe that, hey, baby steps forward. I'm trying to I'm trying to move us slightly towards more freedom. If we turn around tomorrow and say, no one needs a license, everyone can have a firearm tomorrow, that's not going to happen. There's going to be a lot of opposition. Let's take the small steps that we can to try and retain, and again, not to be given, to retain some of the rights that we already have by birth. These aren't new rights. These aren't rights that are coming from Congress. They're not rights that are coming from a president. They're not rights someone is giving us. Let's remember, we always had these rights from birth, period. But let's go on. John mentions that New York is going to make more gun-free zones to justify not allowing people to defend themselves. And we know how successful gun-free zones are. Over 84% of all mass shootings, whether at a school or anywhere else, happen in a gun-free zone. Most gun violence occurs. I believe it's 90% of all gun violence in America happens in a gun-free zone. So if we make more gun-free zones, how is that going to make anyone safe? Gun-free zones don't make people safe. Criminals do not follow gun-free zones. Matter of fact, criminals and mass shooters specifically target gun-free zones. Did we learn nothing from Buffalo? Did we learn nothing from Uvalde? Did we learn nothing from the Wakusia and the Christmas parade? Did we learn nothing from these horrific events across this nation? Mass shooters target gun-free zones. San Bernardino, Ocala, Florida, they target gun-free zones. And you want to make more of them? This is why appointed Governor Kathy Hochul has not been elected. Why appointed Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado, why they haven't been elected. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. This is stupid. I'm going to make a gun-free zone. That answers the problem. That's like saying, well, we're just going to make murder illegal. No one will commit murder. You know what? We have hate crimes. We have a law. It's a hate crime to say that. So no one will say mean things anymore. Does this, I'm making fun of it. But seriously, let's think about that for a second, folks. And again, if you think I am wrong, if you think that the laws about hate crimes, if you think about the laws about murder, if you think that the laws about gun control are actually stopping criminals, please call in 607-242-1582. Tell me how I am wrong. I am happy to be corrected. I will be happy and humble to hear you correct me and show me the evidence. It doesn't exist. This is stupid. And they're selling it to us as if this is a brilliant breakthrough that no one has ever thought of. Let's make a law. Ooh, no one. Why didn't we think of, let's make a law? Let's make a gun-free zone. No one's ever thought of that before. That will stop those naysayers. That will definitely prevent those bad people from committing crimes. It's a gun-free zone. Come on. Let's be serious. It has never worked before. It has never made anyone safe. All you are saying, all that, when we hear appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, and when she says, I'm going to make more gun-free zones so that fewer people, fewer American citizens will be able to defend themselves, then you're putting targets on their backs. You are saying, please kill my American citizens. You are leaving them defenseless. Excuse me, appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, are you going to provide a cop, a law enforcement agent, a private security for every single American, everywhere outside of their home, that they're going to walk with us? Is there going to be a cop on every corner of every city, everywhere, and they're going to be every 5 miles on the road? Because that's the only way to protect us, to guarantee that there's not going to be crime. And even then, there would still be crime. But what you are saying is you are going to make more areas and tell the criminals, as long as you are in this area, there will not be a single person to stop you if you have a gun. If you are a criminal, you will have expanded, more numerous areas to have a selection, your choice of victims in New York State, with absolutely no one legally able to stop you. Did we learn nothing from Buffalo? Remember, the Buffalo shooter said New York State's laws are crap, which is why he wasn't afraid of an American citizen concealed carry that could stop him. That was one of his top 3 concerns, and New York State took that fear away from him. New York State helped to make sure that he could get away with his crime because he did not have a fear. Did we learn nothing? Okay, let me go on with the comments. New York wants you to be defenseless, and yes, it is correct. New York has made it illegal for you to own body armor because, why? If you're in a gun-free zone. Why would any criminal want to try and shoot you up in a gun-free zone? They wouldn't do that. That would be illegal. criminals won't break the law. So stupid. It's so stupid. And I understand, and I want people to understand, I am not picking on John. I'm not picking on anyone. I'm picking on the law, and I'm picking on the lawmakers that came up with these dumb ideas. Because when you stop with the emotional manipulation, when you actually stop and you say, what did you just suggest? When you actually listen to what they have said in the laws that they have passed, when you think about this and you look at the evidence that has been built up over decades, and I have, and you say, this doesn't make sense. At no point, in no way, does this make sense. It doesn't factually work. It has never factually worked, and that's what I'm upset about. I'm not upset about anyone asking me a question, not at all. And if anyone would want to debate me on this, I will not be upset. I'm not angry. I'm passionate. And I'm trying to make sure it's clear to people in no uncertain way that these things do not work. Hang on. Let me go back through the comments. Bump stocks are kind of silly anyway, but it doesn't matter. If someone wants to use an adult toy attachment, they should be able to do so. This is insane. It exists. Yeah. Bump stocks, I can do the same thing that a bump stock does with a stick. I can do it with my finger. It's not unique. It doesn't make it more or less dangerous. Again, it comes down to the person and how they use that firearm. That's what dangerous is. John mentions that AK and AR, equaling assault weapon, are terms that were made up by Democrats. In fact, to be exact, it was in 1984 that a California lawmaker, I believe it was a state level lawmaker, first created the term assault weapon and assigned it to in describing a semi-automatic rifle. It is a made up term. The only true assault weapon, as I mentioned, 741,000 machine guns are owned in America this second. That is an assault weapon. There are 3.3 million people who own rocket launchers and flamethrowers and mines and bombs and grenades and grenade launchers and tanks. 3.3 million people own that right now in America, and that is an assault weapon. A semi-automatic rifle is a rifle. It is not an assault weapon. And to confuse the two is stupid. Or you are being blinded by headlines coming from lawmakers that have no understanding of the Second Amendment, have no understanding of guns. All they know is that, well, their bodyguards have a gun, and they don't know a damn thing else other than that. And they're just passing laws because it will sound like they are doing something, and you will vote for them. But I hope that you are listening to this and you say to yourself, well, this doesn't make any sense. And if there is any, it came from 1984. It was 1984 that the term assault weapon, as referring to a semi-automatic rifle, that was the first time it was used. That is a fact. That's where the term comes from. And he just made it up. It's not true. It's not real. Doesn't work. Does not apply. But they have lied to you to make you think this is the case. They want you to think that everybody who owns a rifle is, Schwarzenegger or Sly Stallone in some Hollywood movie. That bullets are forever and infinite, and you can just fire them forever. And and every single firearm that you could possibly own shoots like a machine gun forever. I mean, every handgun is just like that gun in RoboCop, don't you know? I mean, don't you own a handgun that fires just like RoboCop? Don't you own a machine gun that in your backyard that fires just like the rifle from the Space Marines in the movie Aliens? I mean, everybody does, right? Isn't that common knowledge? Isn't that the reality? Of course not. And when we point this out for the absurdity that it actually is, when we point out how stupid this is for it, and I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the lawmakers. I'm talking about the law. When we point this out, it's embarrassing, which is often why many of the lawmakers, why a lot of people don't want to talk about it, because they get embarrassed. Because they go, well, but I heard this rumor. I saw this headline. This elected official promised me. You know what? Kathy Hochul and Anthony Delgado and Andrew Cuomo, they promised everyone in the nation, you're going to be safe in New York State because of the SAFE Act. And that will stop criminals. How many times have you heard them say that over the last four decades at least? If we just pass this bill, that will stop the criminals. They're just going to stop committing crimes. They won't use guns anymore because we passed a law. Does that not sound stupid? Criminals, they commit the crimes because they commit crimes. I don't understand it. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Am I not making sense? Seriously, folks, am I not making sense? Does this not make sense? By the way, for people, I'm going to put on, there are certain pages in the bipartisan, and it really isn't, but Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And they named it that because it sounds, well, everyone must agree. And it must be safe because it says safe. No, meaningless. But I'm going to list a couple of pages of key pages where you can see the information that I'm talking about. And I'm also going to do that for the dissent in the Supreme Court decision that says that you have a right to have a license to be able to have a firearm, that women, that minorities have a right to defend themselves. I'm going to list pages. I'm going to type that up in 1 second. Let me type it up now. And it's going to be pages 33, 68 to 70, and page 76. Okay, and just as an example of that, this happens to be page 68, where they show you how much money they are going to bribe our states to take away your rights and your freedoms. They're going to use your tax money to bribe your state to take away your right. That's what's on the screen right now. Pretty vicious, if you ask me. That is insane. Again, if anyone doubts anything I'm saying, if anyone has any question about what I am saying, if you think I am wrong in the conclusions that I am making based on the evidence I am presenting to you and everyone is talking about, not only can you type your answer on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, but you can call in to 607-242-1582. At any moment, the phone line is on. I will listen to every word you have to say. We can have that conversation. You will be respected. If you are an elected official, I will give you as long as you need to prove your point. Please call in. Democrat, if you're a Democratic senator, if you're a Democratic representative of Congress, if you happen to be an assembly or a state senator, call in from anywhere in the country. I will have this conversation. I am sure I know the gun laws in your state, especially the red flag laws in your state. Anywhere in the nation, call in. You want to talk about HR 2377? That's the national red flag law. I'll be happy to speak to any politician in any state about this. Call in right now. Tell me why I'm wrong. Please do. Anyone. And if you voted for Biden, if you didn't vote for Biden, if you hate the Second Amendment, if you think people will be safer without guns, call in, tell me why. I will listen to you. I'm asking for you to call. I'm asking you to convince me that I am wrong. Convince me. Show me the evidence, not your feelings, because I don't care about your feelings. That may sound harsh. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about anyone's feelings, because this isn't about feelings. I don't care. You don't care about my feelings when I'm talking about gun control. I don't care about your feelings when you're talking about gun control. Your feelings are million. If you have evidence, if you can show me the consequences that actually will protect people, let's have that conversation. If you think I'm ugly, if you think I'm old, if you think I'm a Republican, so therefore I'm not black, I could care less. That's meaningless to me. I could care less about that, don't even bother. But if you can make the argument and say, no, Mike, you just don't understand how red flags are making people safer and have done that since 1999, let's have that discussion, because all the evidence I can find everywhere in the country, everywhere that it has ever been done, says you're wrong. And I can prove it. And I can prove it conclusively everywhere in this nation. And I'm happy to have that conversation. If anyone, including appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, including Antonio Delgado, who abandoned the New York 19th District to try and become the Lieutenant Governor of New York State, and he used to be, and I'm in the 19th District. I'm one of the constituents he abandoned to go and get a better job. Okay. And left all of us without a representative in Congress. If anyone wants to call in Josh Riley or any of the other candidates running for the New York 19th District, if you want to call in and tell me how red flag laws are making my life safer, please, I want to hear you. You can get plenty of votes, hundreds of votes potentially, telling me how I'm wrong. Go for it. Let's have that conversation. Get as many votes as you can, proving me wrong. You will silence not just me, but every gun control advocate, every gun advocate in America. Why won't they have that conversation? Because they have zero confidence and they know for a fact they are wrong. Because what they're talking about has never saved anyone's life ever. And it will never save anyone's life. Gun-free zones in New York State or anywhere in this nation will never make you safe. It has never made anyone safe in any school, in any park, in any hospital. It has never made anyone safe. And it never will. Is that really that hard to understand? Seriously, is it really that hard to understand? Because I don't think it should be. But yet, it would seem Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Jeffries. I mean, there's a whole bunch of progressives that just can't seem to understand that nothing they're talking about is going to make us safer. And they have used NBC, New York Times, CNN to convince a bunch of people that they should be terrified and that the only answer is gun-free zone. Don't think about it. Don't think for a second that every single mass shooting you hear about, virtually every single mass shooting you've ever heard about, every single gun crime you have ever heard about has occurred in a gun-free zone. Don't think. That's what they are telling you. Don't think. Give us the money. Give us the power. Don't think. That's what the politicians are telling you right now. Every single politician that voted for this, every single, whether they're Republican or Democrat, I don't care. Everyone who tells you that you should not be able to own a gun wants power. That's it. They're just not honest enough to look you in the face and tell you the truth. That's my opinion. Does anyone disagree with me? You can call on 607-242-1582. Anyone disagrees with me, call in. By the way, if you do agree with me, you can call in too. Don't feel like only people who are, I mean, if we're waiting for people who disagree with me to actually call in, that'll never happen. They never call in. I don't know why. Maybe because they can't prove their point without attacking my character or attacking my emotions. Maybe that's the reason why. Every single time that someone has called in that says, I don't agree, it's because they think I'm old, because they think I'm ugly, they think I'm not black, or some other problem with me personally, but they can't defend these bills, these laws, these attacks on our constitutional rights and freedoms. And I find that interesting. They won't call in because they're wrong. Because this isn't about making you safe. This is about taking away your power. It's about you obeying. You are supposed to obey. You're not supposed to ask a question. You're not supposed to think about it. And God forbid that you're supposed to have a discussion about it, especially on social media. That's why I was just shut down for a week, because you're not supposed to have an opinion. You're supposed to just do what you're told, which I find insulting. Hang on. I find it to be insulting and counterproductive. That's my opinion. Okay. Something else I want to highlight here that I've talked about before, but I want you to realize this because no one talks about this. No one shows you this. And I'm going to the bill to show you this. So in the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which is S 2938, S 2938, as passed by the government. Let me show you. So this is the bill that just passed. Biden just signed this into law. 55%, 234 Democrats and 14 Republicans agreed to this. Said this is a great idea. By the way, the 14 Republicans that agreed to this, I want to show you. That's Representative Chabot, Cheney, Liz Cheney, Fitzpatrick, Tony Gonzalez out of Ohio, I think his name is Anthony, Representative Jacobs in New York, Representative Joyce in Ohio, John Katko, who's in New York. He's retiring. Shocking. Kurt Kinzinger, who's out of Illinois and supposed to be a Republican. Mayor, Rice, Salazar, Turner, and Upton. All of these are Republicans that voted for this. They voted to take your money, and they are going to spend it on the safer communities. This is the safer schools and citizenship education. Now, this is important. This is supposed to make our schools safe. This is the very thing that failed in Uvalde. This failed in Texas. But this is supposed to make our schools safe for our kids. I want you to see, every year, this is how much money we have given to this program. That's each and every one of these lines is how much money we have given this program every year. Before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, we gave this $382 million. Say it again. $382 million was given to this fund in 2022. They have spent $40 million. That's 11%. That's this dark blue part. That's what they spent in 2022. Maybe if they spent more money, you wouldn't have seen the kids die in Uvalde. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. But they spent 10%. And thanks to this bill, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, we are going to give them another $1 billion, $200 million. They have never fully spent all the money we have given them. They have never made our schools safe from school shooters. Never. And we just gave them more money, which means they are overfunded and underperforming. And that's supposed to make you better off. Underperforming and overfunded is supposed to make you safe. Can you name anything in life where it underperforms and you pay more than you should, and that's been good for you? Name one example. Name one time that's happened, and I will be happy to say that this was a good idea. Name one example. I'm talking to all the politicians out there. Give me one example where the government spent more money than they should have and did less than they were supposed to, and it worked out well for the public. Please give me an example. And then I will publicly say that I agree with the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. I will endorse it publicly if you can give me one example of that. And you know they can't. I will donate to any Democratic campaign if they can show me one example of any politician. If they can show me one example where we have overspent and the government underperformed, and that was good for the public. Give me one example, and whatever Democratic campaign, elected or not, that comes to me and tells me that publicly, right here in this format, I will make a check out. I will instantly make a donation to that campaign live on air. Please give me the example. How much more juicy and enticing can I make it? How can I incentivize Democrats, these elected officials, to explain their position more than I will pay your campaign to publicly prove me wrong? I will pay them to prove me wrong if they have the evidence. The phone is on, 607-242-1582. Phone's on, I'm waiting. In the meantime, Jan mentions that most of those GOP senators who voted on this said it was because they are retiring or won't be up for re-election. That isn't a valid reason for taking away people's rights. It's not. It's not a valid reason. I'm retiring so I can vote any way I want to. Well, you're elected, so you're elected to vote the way you're supposed to, whatever way you want to. So you're telling me these senators are saying that they were shills, that they were doing this either for the money or the power, that up until this vote, they were voting in a certain way because they wanted to be reelected, so that they were not looking out for the best interest of the public. That's what they have said. If their excuse is, I'm retiring and I'm not up for reelection so I can vote freely, if you say that, if you're an elected official and you say that, then you are defining yourself as a shill that was bought, and that every year to maintain your cushy lifestyle, you would say and vote for anything that kept you in power. That is evil. That is evil. And I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat, if that's your motivation to make a vote in a certain way, is to maintain the money and power that comes from being elected, you are evil. Period. Point blank. I don't care what your party is. And you don't deserve to be an elected official. Period. You tell me you vote based on your conscience, you believe this, you think it's the right thing to do, fantastic. I don't have to agree with that. I can respect it. I don't have to like it. I don't have to agree with it. I can have factual disagreements with it, but at least I can respect it. If you're telling me you vote in a certain way because you want the power and the money, you're a selfish, evil person. And it doesn't matter what party you vote for. Doesn't matter what party you're in. Does anyone disagree with me on that? Anyone? So I think I've explained pretty clearly why the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act isn't going to make you any safer. It's going to abuse you, and that's going to destroy your life. Hey, Mike Bowie's joined us. I'm glad to see you with us. I think I've made it very clear. And if you have any questions, by the way, about red flag laws, then I advise you. I wrote this comprehensive list August 21st of 2018, after I had presented it to the New York State Legislature, to the Senate, and to the Assembly, and to multiple members in the Senate and the New York State Assembly. I've also presented to members of Congress. This has everything that I was able to find after 6 months of research. And I explain every aspect of red flag laws in every state and the country, especially and also what was being proposed in New York, which is the same as what is proposed for the United States government. So you want to learn what red flags do and what power they have and how they fail the public with documentation in case by case on every aspect and how it affects your rights and freedoms and whether or not it protects you. Please look this over. It will be in the description. Links are there. It will go through everything for you. Not one politician can refute or has ever disagreed with the information in this report. On the record, every politician that has been given this report, who has read this report, whose staff have researched this report with over 150 different sources that we cite, every single politician who has read the report and spoken on the record about it has confirmed that it is correct, that it is true, that every fact, every bit of evidence I've provided is correct, which is why they don't want to talk about it. So, Jan mentions, do I think we need more than a two-party system? Now now Jan understands that's not what the GOP or the DNC want, as we've seen in the past, but I think it should be fought for harder. That's an interesting question. So, I don't think it's bad to have more than a two-party system. Libertarians are an alternative. Some people like the Green Party. I don't believe in fake parties. That would be like the Working Families Party in New York State. It's all those groups that are basically Democrats just running under another name. That's what the Working Families Party is in New York State. It's just the Democratic Party, just with a different name. And they always, because the Working Families Party almost universally is going to run the same candidates. They almost never have another candidate. They're not separate. So what we first need to establish is that we're talking about truly different parties, not just the same party under a different name. Because that's just, that's trying to use the, I forget the name of the fallacy, but it's that, well, since the majority agree with me, you must agree with me too. Since there's all these names of groups and organizations that say the same thing, it must be true. That's not real. That's why you have BLM and Antifa. You have the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter. You have Veterans for Peace. These are all different. Indivisible New York. They're all different groups, right? Different names. It's the same people in every single group. Seriously, look at your own, no matter what state you're in, look at these groups. They will all have the same people in it. It's just different names to make it sound like there's just all these groups. 15 groups all agree. The 15 groups are all the same, 7 people. It's the same people 7 times. Not more people, it's the same people. They just want you to think like there's more people, so therefore you'll think it must be true. If all these different groups are saying it, it must be true. Well, every one of those groups are the same people, so it's not true. So taking that out and saying, well, we have different groups like the Libertarian Party as an example, or the Green Party, which is communism. The Green Party are communists. Okay, so you have communists, you have libertarians, Republicans, and Democrats. Should they all be able to be in an election? Yes. And I think that's a good thing. But they already are. And I know you mentioned a constitutional party. Someone can create a constitutional party. Fantastic. Do it. We can already do that. There is nothing stopping people from doing that. Do it. If you think that that's necessary, do it. And get people to join and get them to vote. That's all it takes. We don't need a law. We don't need someone to do it for us. If you think there should be a constitutional party, create it. Create the group. Tell everyone you know to join it. Tell them what the rules are. Tell them what you stand for. What is your mission statement? And get people to join it. Period. I absolutely believe that should be the case. And if you can convince people of that, run for every office you can get a candidate in. I say the same thing for the Libertarian Party. And mind you, I am a Republican. I am a conservative Republican. I am considered hardcore amongst Republicans and conservatives. Many of them consider me to be so hardcore that my local GOP party, my local community, they can't handle it. They're afraid of me. They actually vote against me when I have run in elections. They have actually campaigned against me in my local community. And I know this for a fact. They've told me to my face. There are members, leadership members, who have done everything in their power against me as a Republican candidate in their community because I'm too Republican for them. And I will still say, yeah, I think the Libertarian Party deserves as much of a shot as any other party. Yes, the Tea Party went nowhere because people gave up on it. Doesn't mean it was a bad idea. The Tea Party, as an example, did not get candidates and did not stay on those candidates. In cases where they did get a candidate elected, they didn't keep putting pressure on those candidates. They didn't get more candidates. They didn't keep moving forward. They stopped. And that's the problem. Yes, they got harassed by Obama and the IRS. So do libertarians. So does the Green Party. So do hardcore Democrats, hardcore Republicans. Yeah, that's always the case. Because you're not following the message. You're not doing what you're being told. This is true for Republicans as well as for Democrats. We see that on a regular basis. They get punished. Joe Manchin got punished because he said that Joe Biden's $5 trillion spending package that did nothing for American citizens, but was great for the progressives. You know, he voted against it. He got demonized. Kirsten Sinema had illegal aliens chasing her into a bathroom with a live camera. We're talking about a host of laws that were broken. A host of laws were broken in harassing and intimidating her in a woman's bathroom. That's what Democrats do. And so I understand they get harassed. The answer is, and do it anyway. If you really want to make the change, do it anyway. Don't let that stop you. Never let that stop you. Because the moment you stop, you lose. Every single time, in every single case. The moment you stop, you lose. Absolutely. Think about it like this. The Supreme Court struck down the New York case, which I showed you earlier. The only reason why that happened is because the New York Rifle Association, as well as dozens of gun groups across America, Gun Owners of America, the Liberty First Foundation, many organizations and individual gun owners helped push them on this, kept pushing against the 2013 New York SAFE Act. because it was illegal, it was unconstitutional, it is wrong. People stood up and said, we have to fight this. And they kept fighting this. And that's the only reason why it got passed. And in the dissent, the only argument against this, the only argument supporting New York State taking away your rights, as you can see on the screen right now, this is the dissent by Justice Breyer. And his answer is, guns are bad. And that's what he says for the first 6 pages of his dissent. Guns are bad. This is page 84 if you want to check it out for yourself. His answer is, guns are bad. Some people use guns to do bad things. So you shouldn't have a gun. The government should decide whether or not you get to have a gun, because some people make bad choices. Really? This is coming from a Supreme Court justice. This is stupid. It has nothing to do with the Second Amendment. It has nothing to do with your right. How people use those rights has nothing to do with whether or not you have the right. But Justice Breyer says that. And I believe it is Justice Breyer says, the court wrongly limits its analysis to focus nearly exclusively on history. In other words, why? How did the Second Amendment get written? Why did they write it? What is the historical context? Did they write this about hunting and sports? Or did they write it about people who were fighting to protect their lives from a tyrannical government? Which one is true? Well, historically, they didn't care about hunting or about sports. It had nothing to do with the Second Amendment. It's never been part of the Second Amendment. No one cares. No one cares if you can hunt or if you can use sports with a gun. It's irrelevant. Your right is based on your ability to defend yourself, your property, and your government, period. He goes on to say it refuses to consider the argument by the 6 justices. It refuses to consider the government interest that justify a challenge gun regulation, regardless of how compelling those interests may be. In other words, he wants the government to have more power than the people. He wants New York to have the right to decide whether or not you can protect yourself because New York is smarter than you. That is not constitutional. That is not a constitutional reason. Neither is guns are bad. That's not a reason. It's not even accurate. But that's what his argument is. That's what his words put forward. Which is why you really don't hear from any of the major news media, no one quotes the law. They don't go in and say, this is what Justice Breyer said. They won't show you his dissent. I just did. Because they will show you and say, well, for this first 6 pages, he says guns are bad. Because some people, a minority of people, in fact, it is 99.994% of all gun owners, 165 million people in America, including 7.5 million over the last year that were 58% black, 40% women, are law-abiding gun owners. They don't want you to focus on that. News media does not want to address that. What they want you to focus on is, okay, that fraction of a percent of criminals, they're bad guys, and they make bad choices. So you should have no choice whatsoever. That is what Justice Breyer has said. Because some people, a fraction of the public, will make a bad choice, and they are defined as criminals. Because criminals will make a bad decision, you do not have rights. You do not have freedom. Because a fraction of people, a criminal, will make a bad decision. Does that sound like it makes sense to anyone? I know people say, well, this feels like whack-a-mole and it's hard to make progress with this. And you're fighting an uphill battle. I get it. But we have to. Because if we don't fight that uphill battle, well, the other guys win. Like with what we know about what happened with abortion. Yes, it's time to talk about abortion. It's an uphill battle. When we stop fighting these battles, groups like Antifa come out and they attack and they try to intimidate and they use violence. And we denounce Antifa and BLM and progressive leaders of tomorrow and any organization that will use violence and intimidation to cause people to change their mind, to agree with these organizations. It's coercion. It is illegal. It is a crime. It is deplorable. And it is the action of cowards. And Antifa is one of the best examples of that, although the other groups do just as much. They attacked this woman. Look at this video. Did you see that? And they're cheering this on. They're cheering. I want you to see this again. Let me show you a little bit bigger. I want you to see this. We're going to start it from the beginning, and I want you to look over in this left-hand corner. I want you to see what's going on there. See that? Did you see that woman that they just... See that woman right there? Right here. Center of the screen. As they're cheering this on, and this is Antifa. These are members of Antifa using their violence and intimidation. This woman had a sign. That sign said, "Life wins." Antifa they're here to say that abortion is important. They want the right to kill a baby at the moment of birth. That's what Antifa is standing up for. That's what they are fighting for. They are pro-abortion. They want late-term babies, abortions. They want to kill babies at the moment of birth. That's what they're fighting for. That's what they are trying to intimidate people about. And because this one woman had a sign that said, "Life wins," these thugs decided to do. Do you see that? They grabbed her. They threw her to the ground. They hit her with bear spray. They attacked her physically. Now, you shouldn't be surprised, because that is exactly what the left does every single time. If you question the left, if you question the progressives, they are violent. Their only answer is violence. They don't have an argument against this woman. They don't have an argument against life wins. They don't have an argument saying that you should not. They don't have an argument to say, yes, you should abort a child at the moment of birth. They can't defend late-term abortion. So instead, they attack violently because they are criminals and thugs. That's what they do. That's this woman right here. This is the aftermath of that incident, because she had that sign, "Life wins." That's why they attacked her. By the way, remember, the left protects women. The left says believe women. Believe all women, always. Amber Heard, what's her name from the Kavanaugh trial? And that woman at the protest. Believe all women, especially when that woman says life wins. Am I not supposed to believe her? Is it only when the women agree with Antifa? Is that when we're supposed to agree with them? Is it only when they support left-leaning values? Is that when we're supposed to believe women? Because that doesn't mean believe all women. That means believe the political party. That means believe in the progressive movement. That doesn't mean believe women. Because if we're supposed to believe women, they should be believing her when she says life wins. Isn't that what they tell us? Am I misunderstanding what the left has said? Because the left only has violence. They only have intimidation. They can't make an argument to justify late-term abortion, and they don't try. They don't try. Let me see. This is what I had to say. I want to show you. What I said on, and you can see here on June 24th, June 23rd, late-term abortion up to the moment of birth was legal in New York State and many other states. On June 24th, late-term abortion up to the moment of birth is still legal in New York State and many other states across this nation. And that is a fact. Nothing has changed. Overwhelmingly, nothing has changed. You know what did change? And I'm going to get to the comments in a second. This is what changed. Alyssa Milano, speaking for women, I don't know who elected her, the leader is women, but Alyssa Milano says, banning abortion is about controlling women and trans men. Trans men cannot get pregnant. Men cannot get pregnant. And due to the operation, trans men can't get pregnant. But going forward, it's about white supremacy. Abortion is about white supremacy. Really? Because that's what Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, that's what she believed. That's why she has abortion. That's why she opened up Planned Parenthood clinics to kill black babies. That's Margaret Sanger. That's the creator of Planned Parenthood. That's what Democrats started with. The white supremacy of Planned Parenthood is what Alyssa Milano is trying to protect. And she's trying to say, because people say, oh, there should be less abortions in America. Somehow that's white supremacy when blacks are targeted by Planned Parenthood. 90% of the Planned Parenthood locations are in inner cities and black communities. And she's telling me this is about white supremacy because we're trying to stop that? Okay. Going on. Alyssa Milano says that this is about the patriarchy. The patriarchy? Why? Why is it about the patriarchy? Wasn't there a woman part of the Supreme Court justices that ruled on this? Wasn't it Ruth Bader Ginsburg herself who said that the decision for Roe v. Wade was decided poorly because the Fourth Amendment does not protect a woman's right to have an abortion? That is not connected. That is a dumb ruling. That was Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the holy knight of the Democratic Party. And it is misogynistic to protect babies. That's what Alyssa Milano is saying. This is what she is saying that the left believes. This is the progressive mindset. That to protect babies, the most innocent of the most innocent, the most defenseless of the defenseless, that to not be able to kill them is to hate women somehow. Although women are the only ones who can give birth. Really? Does this make sense? And she says it's a sad day for America. I agree. It's a sad day when she doesn't understand what the hell she is talking about. Nothing that she says there makes any sense if you stop and you think about it. I understand lots of emotion, but if you stop and think about it, none of the arguments that are being presented make any sense whatsoever. None. I know there are many women who are going to say, Mike, but you just don't understand. Maybe I don't. What's the argument that makes sense? If you want to tell me, well, what about abortions because of rape and incest? We already have that. Every state has a rule, has a regulation. Even in states where they're trying to remove abortion, have the rule, have the statement that rape and incest are exceptions. So that's not an argument. We're not arguing about that. That's not part of the conversation. Everyone accepts that. Everyone agrees with that. That's off the table. Next. Well, Mike, you just don't understand. Well, it's about what? It's about picking a better partner. It's about being less promiscuous, using birth control as alternatives, and living with the consequences of your actions for men and women alike. And let me not leave out the men in this. Guess what, guys? You are part of this process. Women do not spontaneously have babies. Happened once in life. His name is Jesus Christ. Had nothing to do with anyone on planet Earth. Other than Jesus Christ, women do not spontaneously give birth. Men are involved. And that means men need to stand up. You stuck it in there? Stand by what you did. Take care of the child. Become a good father. It's not fun. It's not fun, freewheeling lifestyle. You have to change your life. You have to stop being selfish and have to live for the child. I get it. And it's not a fun process. I get it. Do it anyway. Grow up. Period. Grow up. And the men, grow a pair of balls and stand by your children. Even when it's unpleasant, even when you're getting the excuse from all the media that you don't need to be there. Well, women don't need no men. Yes, they do. Kids don't need fathers. Yes, they damn well do. Be there for your kid. I don't like the ex. I don't like my baby mama. I don't like my ex-wife. I don't want to be around them. I don't care. It's your kid. You help make them. You help raise them. Deal with it. So I'm talking to the men as well as the women. Stop being selfish. Obviously, we're not talking about incest. We're not talking about rape. We're talking about contraception. Because abortion in America, 92% of the time in America, actually it's a little bit higher, but 92% of the time in America, abortion is used as a form of birth control. Sorry, that's wrong. That's evil. You don't agree with me? You don't have to. You want to tell me I'm wrong? Please explain it to me. Call in 607-242-1582. I know there's women who are not going to agree with me. I know there's people in my audience who aren't going to agree with me. You may agree with a lot of other things. That's perfectly fine. You don't think I'm right. Tell me why. I'm telling you, based on the evidence I am seeing, why I think this is wrong. I think Alyssa Milano is out of her friggin' mind. I think most of the arguments that are coming from the left are out of their mind. Watching Antifa use violence against these women just for saying they have an opinion is evil. And I am calling that out. I do not think women have lost any of their rights and freedoms because of this. Women have the same rights and freedoms they had before. And guess what? If Democrats and progressives and those people who believe in abortion were so adamant and so terrified, why did they spend the last 30 days doing nothing? Why did they spend the last 5 decades doing nothing? If they were trying to protect people, they could have done it by now. They didn't care because it wasn't going to win an election. And now we're seeing all kinds of violence. And I'm going to get to the comments. I really am. And they're using violence in Arizona. This is not a popular news story, but it's true. In Arizona, as we were showing you before, they were banging on the doors. They were trying to have an insurrection in Arizona to try and break in because they were upset that the federal government, that SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States, made a decision based on the Constitution, not feelings, not politics, but the Constitution, and they're upset. And they're using violence and intimidation against lawmakers in Arizona to change their mind. They're using violence to try and beat up on women for making their voices heard. They're burning down in Colorado. They're burning down pro-life centers because they are upset. And that really, really, it upsets me. And there's this comment, and I have it here. Well, actually, let me go to the comments that everyone else is making here, because I've been ranting. So, John mentions that what they don't talk about is the fact that abortion is a billion-dollar industry, multi-billion-dollar industry, to be correct. How many aborted fetuses are in our everyday products, like vaccines and other medications? I can't answer that. A lot. There's a lot that's used on fetuses, are used in medications a lot, on whether it be stem cells or other processes. That's just true. User has been banned says, believe them when they agree with us. You can only believe women when they agree with the ideology of the left. And Mike Bowie mentions, why are we always on the defense in these things? Because the Republican Party has been my experience at the local, state, and federal level doesn't want to make the aggressive. They don't want to be aggressive. They don't want to stand up for rights in the forefront. They're afraid that they will lose votes and they will lose power. They're afraid they're going to lose support. So they won't say what they think. They will wait until someone attacks an issue and then they'll say, I'm defending myself, because they think that will get them more votes. I disagree. But that is what I have seen at the local, state, and federal level in almost every single state. The Republican Party is a bunch of wusses. They're afraid to actually speak up. User has been banned says, because we face the consequence. Oh, okay. All right. John also says, they want you to believe that they fight for the true women's rights, then they would fight for every woman's right. But they don't, because when women disagree with the approved message, well, Antifa shows you what they'll do. They will beat women down. That's the truth. And they will get cheered on by other Democrats for beating women down for having an opinion they don't like. That's the justice. That's the freedom. That's what the left is actually pushing. You are as free as you could possibly ever want to be, as long as you do what you are told. You are free as long as you obey, because your freedom is only as far as what you have been told you are free to do. If there is anyone in Antifa, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, Democratic Socialists of America, the Democratic Party, any of them want to disagree with me on this, please call in. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how I misunderstand the actions that we see every single time someone disagrees with the progressive left. Please, I'd love to hear it. User has been banned goes, if we did exactly the same BS as they do, as the far left and Antifa do, we would be in jail. Yeah, absolutely. Then they're terrified. I can tell you, the far left is terrified that one day we are going to do what they did. As an example, when I had a protest, and I put the video out, when I decided to protest SUNY Broome College here in Binghamton, New York, because of their actions on critical race theory, they called the police on me. They were terrified that I was going to hold a protest like PLOT does, like Antifa does. They thought that I was going to be running around the campus trying to beat up people and get into fights, because that's what they do. And so the faculty were afraid that I was going to act like the left does and try and use violence and intimidation. And so they called the police on me. Guess what? The police looked at what I was going to do and said, go right ahead. Have your protest. Never had another problem. But the progressives had a problem because I dared to say something that wasn't approved. And they expected me to act like they do. And that is the problem. Let me go on. Mike Boyce says, men have no say in whether their child is aborted or not, yet still face all the consequences. Yeah, well, they expect us to pay for the babies that aren't. They expect us to pay for everything. Pay for the abortion, pay for the child. Don't have any rights. You don't get any rights about the child's life, about the upbringing of the child. You don't have anything to do with it except you get to pay. I'm sorry, I disagree with that. I disagree with that a lot. Not to say that everyone is great, that every man is a wonderful champion. They're not knights in shining armor. No, all men aren't. But that's why women should be picky about who you decide to have a baby with, quite honestly. Let me go on. John mentions a lot of people, a lot of women have stated that they are shameful for having an abortion and that they felt pressured into them. Well, there is a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure to have kids to become transgendered. There's a lot of pressure for blacks to vote progressive, even though that's culturally that's not compatible. Doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of pressure for us to do what we are told and to not ask questions on so many issues. The answer is fight it. Stand up to it. It may not be popular, it may not be fun, but it's necessary. Do it anyway. So this is a big issue, and there's so many levels to this. There was a specific thing I wanted to show you. Where is this? It's one of the funny things. Where is it? Where is it? I have a quote, and it comes from one of the protesters of one of the pro-abortion protesters, one of the individuals that believe that we should be able to abort, to kill a baby at the moment of birth. And I want to make sure I get this for you, because I thought it was incredibly telling. And of course, in all the comments that I have dozens of articles, of course. So I can't find the article I'm looking for. Ah, here it is. So I want to read this to you guys. Now, this comes from Arizona itself. And again, this is the DPS uses tear gas to disperse pro-choice protesters at Arizona Capitol. This is from Arizona News. And I wanted to read this very important section for you, okay? Now, most of the protesters are frustrated. These are pro-abortion protesters. These are the left-wing protesters are frustrated with Friday's court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. That opens the door for states to come up with their own abortion laws, as they already have, and protesters feel Arizona's law, which is expected to go into effect in 90 days, is too restrictive, which means that you get to elect new officials to change the law. You don't need to use violence. You don't need to break down doors. All you need to do is elect new people, and you can change the abortion law. Had that choice for 50 years, never bothered with it. Well, now you do. The answer isn't break down doors, it's elect better people. Let's go on. They say, again, quote, the law bans abortion after 15 weeks. Let me read that again. I want to emphasize that. The law in Arizona bans abortion after 15 weeks. This is a heartbeat bill. After 15 weeks, when there is a heartbeat, you can no longer kill that life. It is an independent life. It is not your body. It is someone else's body. That body, that other human being, that baby has a right to life. This is the argument. Again, if Arizonans don't agree with that, vote in new people, change the law. But that's what the law says. So let's keep going. One protester said it doesn't give women enough time to find out if they are pregnant. The article quotes them. Quote, a lot of women don't find out they are pregnant until they are 2 or 3 months pregnant. So when they do find out, it's going to be very late to get an abortion, said Selena Martinez Ashburn. Selena believes that you only have 2 to 3 months to find out if you are pregnant, and that this abortion bill in Arizona is too strict. 15 weeks is almost 4 months. It is literally 1 week shy of 4 months. She says women need 2 to 3 months to find out if they are pregnant. This gives them almost 4 weeks, 4 months. And she's protesting because she has more time to find out than what is needed to find out if she wants to have an abortion. And she's protesting because she's saying she doesn't have enough time, even though it's more time than she needs, by her own words. This is the kind of thinking that comes from the left. This is the kind of thinking that comes when you obey the talking points of a few elitists in a political party rather than thinking for yourself. I wanted to highlight that, and the link will be in the description at the end of the show so you can read this for yourself. This is the argument that we hear from the left. The heartbeat bill is terrible. If you can hear the heartbeat, you should still be able to abort the baby because it's not enough time. It's over 3 months. It's 4 months later. You've got 4 months. Then there's a heartbeat. That's not enough time? Okay, you can argue that. Again, the life of the mother, incest and rape, no one has argued. In every single law that I've seen, those are exceptions. That is not a question. No one is arguing those exceptions. We are talking about the 92% of the time that abortion is being used as a contraceptive. And the missing logic, the misunderstanding that has been promoted by people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez as she denounces the American government, Elizabeth Warren as they denounce the American government, which is insurrectionist, by the way, that they're saying that, we need 3 months. And the law says you have 4 months. That's not enough time. Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone? And guys, you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with me. I'm not saying that anyone has to agree. I'm trying to make a point, though. And I'm trying to make my point. And I'm trying to show you the evidence I have that it doesn't make sense. Because the question isn't about, are we protecting a woman's life? Yes, that's in every single form of the law. Are we trying to protect them from incest and rape? Yes, in every single law. We're talking about contraception. That's an entirely different thing. And we're even giving, and the way most states have worded their laws, it's giving women, even then, more than enough time. Definitely the first trimester. Why is this such a big deal? And if it is such a big deal, why didn't anyone say anything for 50 years? Democrats had 50 years. Why didn't they do anything? Why didn't they say anything? Why did they had a month, from more than a month from when we had the rumor, the leak, until today, until the 24th, to make a change. Why didn't they do anything? Because it's not about whether or not you have an abortion. It's about who's in charge. This is about winning an election. And Democrats didn't spend the last 30 days changing laws in states that they could because they wanted to have this moment. They wanted to see these protests. They wanted to see this violence and intimidation so that they could win the 2022 midterm elections. And that should really piss off women everywhere. That's the worst reason that Democrats could have ever picked. This is about power. It's not about women. It's not about women's rights. If it was about women, if it was about women's rights, Antifa wouldn't be running around beating up women for having their right to be able to speak and beating them up for it. Am I wrong? Or do women lose the right of free speech when they decide that they have an opinion that's different than what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Elizabeth Warren have? Do women lose their rights when they have a different opinion than the Democratic Party? When they don't agree with the progressive ideology? Do they not have freedom anymore? Seriously. I'm asking a serious question here. I want a serious answer. It's not a joke. I'm not laughing. Antifa, they were laughing and cheering when they beat up the woman for having a sign that says life wins. Aren't they supposed to respect all women? Aren't they supposed to listen to women? Aren't they supposed to respect when women have an opinion? Because it sure as hell didn't look like they were doing that. And why is that okay? Why is it okay for Antifa to beat women up just because they don't agree? To beat up black men, Asian men, because they don't agree. Gay men, they beat them up because they don't agree. Isn't that supposed to be something they're against? Isn't that what the progressive left is supposed to be against, and yet that's the violence and intimidation they use on a regular basis? If you think I'm wrong, call in 607-242-1582. Tell me why I am wrong. Tell me that Antifa doesn't use violence. Tell me that the far left do not use riots, protests, violence to try and intimidate people into agreeing with what they say and to try and silence people from saying something. And we have seen that throughout 2020, 2021, even here right now, 2022. Tell me I am wrong. Show me the evidence. I can show you the violence, the riots, the destruction that they have created, and the reasons why they did it. Can you tell me how I'm wrong? Serious question. Serious. So let me get back to some comments here. Mike Bowie says life begins at conception. How is that difficult to understand? I don't know how it's difficult to understand, Mike. I agree with it. I want to hear the argument that says it doesn't. Well, you know what? The argument that says it doesn't, the compromise is, okay, so when there's a heartbeat, that's a life. That's 15 weeks. What's the problem? You know, I don't understand. But that's not good enough because for progressives and progressive ideology, it's never enough. No matter what you agree to, no matter what you say, there's always more. They always want more. They are never satisfied, ever. And they always use violence every single time. And user has been banned says it's because they can't take responsibility. They need the government. They need someone else to take responsibility for them. Maybe. They need this as a wedge issue because they want to win elections. I agree with that. John mentions that what pisses him off even more is that women know when they are, well, maybe some women do, maybe they don't. I'm sure accidents happen. I'm not saying accidents don't happen. I'm sure they do. What I'm saying is it's not contraception. I'm saying be responsible for your own action. Live with the consequences of what you do and make the best of it. That's it. It may be unpleasant. It may not be the choice you've always wanted. It may not be perfect. Too bad. That's life. That includes, and I'm talking to the men as much as I am talking to the women. You know, you didn't expect to be a dad. You didn't expect that you would have to put your life on hold to be able to take care of your family and take care of your kids. I understand that. Do it anyway. No excuse. I don't care if it's unpleasant. It changes your life. Oh, well, should have thought of that. Should have thought of that ahead of time. It's what's called condom. Deal with it. You know, just that's it. It's your responsibility. Take responsibility. Men and women. I'm not giving, this isn't only about women. No, Jan says, I am a woman. Oh, okay. Didn't know. I have no, quite honestly, with some of the names that I see, I can't tell if someone's a male or female. So I go as best as I can from the way people speak. But more importantly, you know, it's, most of the things I say really don't matter. But it's interesting. And thank you, Jan, for letting me know that. I didn't know. So I didn't know if it was Jan as in a short name for Janus or something like that. Good to know. Thank you for letting me know you're a woman. Hang on. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss. And may I ask, what is your first name?
Yeah, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason. What's up, man?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, did you talk about the CNN commentator there, the Anna Valero?
No.
Did you?
No.
Oh, you didn't talk about it? You know about it, right?
No.
Yeah, I mean, this is an individual who, you know, was talking about abortion, and basically, you know, her position is that even like family members who, you know, were disabled or, you know, who had, you know, autism or Down syndrome, basically she was claiming that they should have been aborted, you know, and to take away that opportunity, you know, for women to abort, you know, those people, you know, is cruel because of the hard life that a parent will endure by having somebody who is disabled, you know, and this position, I mean, you didn't hear about it, but I mean, this position is not about abortion. I mean, this is basically about euthanizing, you know,
that's
people
eugenics.
Yeah, that's eugenics right there.
Yeah,
you know?
that's exactly what Planned Parenthood was created for. That is exactly what it was created for, is eugenics. It is meant to kill minorities and people with disabilities. That is what Mary Sanger stood for, and that's what eugenics is about. That's a fact. It's not an opinion, and it's not a question.
Yeah, and and the thing is that she said, you know, this woman said exactly, you know, what, you know, the true, in my opinion, is what the true direction of the Democrat Party is, you know, and what their belief is with life, you know, and it's like if you, you know, and it's the whole big picture, you know, about eugenics, and it goes back to them with the whole, you know, climate change, you know, synopsis as well too. I mean,
well, no,
it's
not according to Alyssa Milano. This is about controlling women and trans women. This is about trans women.
Yeah, that's
somehow.
Wonderful.
Somehow.
Yeah.
I don't understand how. Because
trans
women can't get pregnant. So I don't understand
it. Right. Yeah, I know. It's just like trans women. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean,
right.
I'm not picking on trans women. Functionally, genetically, they can't get pregnant. Just not possible. Don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of logic and reasoning, you know, to some of these arguments that are coming, but there's definitely, you know, one that's always resonated. It is, you know, the eugenics, and eugenics always pops its head, you know, with this, and it's like if you're not, you know, cut, you know, for a certain amount, basically they just want to, you know, wipe you out. But not only that, though, the other attitude is that if a child, you know, happens to, you know, be too difficult, you know, for a parent, you know, to parent, then it should be, you know, basically killed rather than, you know, survive. And
no, that's the eugenics ideology. Again, the answer is, well, there's adoption and there's the state. And I'm happy to, if the choice is to fund, if I have a choice in the funding, which in New York State I don't. But if I have a choice to fund more abortions and the eugenics of Planned Parenthood, or to fund orphanages, I'll pick the orphanages in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and then that's one of the weak arguments too. That, I mean, this woman was trying to make the argument saying that in Florida, well, it's really hard in Florida to get services. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, so because the services are too hard to get, that means you got to kill somebody.
No. Maybe the services wouldn't be so hard to get if we didn't have as many illegal aliens in the nation, so that we could spend our money on our own people. How about that as an idea? How about that?
I mean, if you want to apply that, why don't we just, put it to the elderly in their retirement homes? I'm sorry, we don't have enough money for, adequate retirement homes. I think, got to start euthanizing our elderly. I mean, same arguments, down that line.
Not that we are advocating that. We're not advocating for any violence. And again, I say, any group or individual that advocates for intimidation or violence, we disagree with and we disavow. That is the stance of this channel. We would never advise or advocate for euthanasia or for eugenics or anything that would affect older young people. Just want this, again, for the censors who are after me, I want that to be clear. Go on.
Yeah, clarify the position. I mean, I'm just simply stating, the position of where they're coming from, not my personal, preference. Of course, then again, the censors have no ability to really understand that.
No, they don't want to understand. They just want to get rid of this channel.
But but it even goes further than that, because the thing is that there's another thing too when it comes to women's or just it's not even women. It's basically, I think, a lot of our society. It's come to our individualism, that basically our happiness and our own needs, is beyond that which everything else, comes second to. So other people's life is always second to ours. You won't die for your country. You won't die for your children. You won't fight. And basically, it's like
it's selfish.
It's a very self-centered, narcissistic, society that comes from it. I mean, look at even the one person, they even made the excuse too. Why a woman, shouldn't, give a child for abortion? It's because that woman, by not killing that child, that is going to cause a lot of mental distress on the mother, knowing that there's a child out there that she has no part of that person's life, and she'll feel guilty about it. But she can eliminate that guilt by making sure that child doesn't exist, and by eliminating it. And it's that same mentality, though, that's like, that narcissistic, that self-centeredness, that basically, could technically, on their perspective, justify a mother who's losing her children because, in a divorce to her husband. And then what she decides to do, she decides to actually, drown them in the bathtub because she doesn't want to actually live without them. She'd rather have them die.
That's evil and vile.
Yeah, it is evil and vile, and it's the same philosophy and it's the same ideas. And the thing is it's narcissistic and it's just rampant, and I always talk about arguments and messaging and where to take these perspectives. And the thing is that is where, the argument's at, because the thing is that the left doesn't even try to mask their position anymore. It used to be, what was the saying, very rare and what's a rare and few or whatever it is, basically it wasn't something that you.
It was supposed to be rare and exception. Abortion, as stated by Roe v. Wade, was meant to be an exception and rare. It is today commonplace. It is well over, I believe the number is 70,000, more than 70,000 abortions a year, predominantly by blacks in poor communities where 90% of all Planned Parenthoods are found. If I'm remembering the numbers correctly, it may be even higher than that. That is neither rare nor uncommon.
Yeah, and the thing is that if you have this within community, this nonchalance, not even care about the value of life, it carries on, to when children are actually older, and it comes up to people being violent, being very self-centered, I mean, you don't think that, the dissolving of, families and the gang violence and all this other stuff that actually out there isn't stemming from the philosophy saying that, I'm sorry, but you're a missed opportunity for abortion.
Maybe we should, I think we should rename this. We shouldn't say abortions are illegal, we could say that abortions as contraception are illegal. Maybe that makes a difference. Does that? And maybe the women watching the show would comment on this and tell me if they think that we're right or wrong. But isn't it supposed to be? If we said it's abortions as contraception are illegal, would they agree with that? What do you think?
No, the thing is that abortion is not about contraception. I mean, it's basically for them, they're having abortions because, the moment that they feel differently than when they first, conceived, basically makes them decide that the life is no longer valuable to them to actually raise. If the life doesn't have value to the woman, then it doesn't exist, And, it comes to that point where when you're looking at partial birth abortion all the way up where you can have in New York State, that's exactly what it is. I mean, why? I mean, if you're waiting till the last minute like that, out of necessity, and they do have though. I mean, they happen. They're justified for it because of mental health. Because the thing is if they don't
if
feel
a
like
woman
that,
in New York State, to be very exact, in New York State, if a woman says she has a headache or she feels bad that day, and that is the day that she is about to give birth, it is the 9th month, the moment of birth, according to New York State's rules, she can have an abortion. Same thing in California. Let's be very clear what we're talking about. I want people to have that mental image. A woman walks into a doctor's office. She is about to give birth. She says she feels bad. By New York State rules, the pro-abortion movement has said that means she can kill that baby right then and there. That's what we're talking about.
And it's not even a headache. It's mental health, that they justify it off of. So, like, if a woman all of a sudden feels that her mental health is going to, be like, for example, having to wake up every single morning and take care of a child, she's like, well, I can't do that because that's going to, destroy my mental health. Well, I better kill that child, so I don't actually have to, wake up every morning because I can't handle that, that stress that's going to be put on me, and that though is the justification. But that goes back into what the CNN woman thing, she says, okay, what if the person's disabled? What if the person says, well, how disabled, I mean, how, are we going to put it on a scale of when you feel, that a parent should do it? No. I mean, the bottom line is that you just don't like the way that the elbow is shaped. Basically, you can flush it down the toilet. That's really what it is. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We just, looked at the scan and we don't like the shape of the 3D print that came out. So now we got to eliminate it. And that's the thing is that, and that's how shallow these people are. It's just so self-centered, narcissistic, and just plain evil.
But it's popular and it's being promoted on all the news media and all the challenges. And I understand. And Jan just put up a great comment and said, there are many of the U.S. women out there who gave birth from rapes and molestations. She mentions that she is one of them. And I'm sorry to hear that that is one of the cases. I'm glad that you're here with us. And I understand these bad things happen. Again, that's not the thing that's being argued. Contraception or abortion as a form of contraception is the argument, and that is not a right, is not protected by the Fourth Amendment, and therefore went back to the states. No woman lost any rights, any freedoms. Trans people did not lose any rights, any freedoms. Minorities lost no rights, no freedoms. That is a lie that is meant to get votes. This is about votes. Am I wrong? Do you feel that I am wrong? If you think I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. But do you agree or disagree?
About votes, about power.
That this is about votes and power. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the votes and power definitely is. I mean, look at it. I know that that being abortions being used as a form of contraception is definitely something that they do. But like I said, though, is that does it even need to be said? It is contraception, because I mean, look, they're just going to argue the simple fact that they're like, oh, a condom broke, so I'm not using it as contraception. It's just it's a backup. And I'm like, that's just a weak argument. I don't even like that argument just for an abortion, because the bottom line is that if you can't define what life is at any point during the entire pregnancy, then the problem is that you have to, when something's in action, you have to actually do your best, to carry out what's actually happening.
I don't even know why the left is having this argument. They don't know what a woman is.
Yeah.
How can they say what are women's rights when they don't know what a woman is? Because Supreme Court, or about to be Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, said herself, she's not a biologist. She has no idea what a woman is. So why are they even arguing this? They don't even know what a woman is. So how can they tell me or tell anyone that they're standing up for women's rights? Make sense?
No, you're right. And that's a circular reason. That's the circular logic. Argument that they make. And that's the thing. They don't have an argument. They don't. And like I said, the problem is that to allow them to define the language and the terms, in use, or even argue on their terms of where they think they stand, on abortion is not even. I don't even think that's not even where the argument at. I mean, it's the most gruesome, part of the argument of abortion. It's basically, that is what is most states are legislating, away from at this point. I mean, they're the ones who you're saying, okay, yeah, the partial birth, abortion, or we're basically electing to, abort over, different mental health issues just because of the fear of the responsibility of having a child, or bring on somebody, that sort of abortion, that they're eliminating. I mean, it's just it's a shift in cultural attitude that needs to happen. Is that I think that especially with conservatives, it's all about the life, and benefiting. And when that like women like on CNN go and say, well, geez, there's not enough services, for disabled people. There are not enough services for this and that. And I'm just like, you gotta be, you are kidding me. And you mentioned it too when you said, well, what about the illegals, And my other thing that really bothers me the most is that when you look at the left and their position, on their policies, I mean, they treat, black and brown skinned individuals as if they are disabled, and that is the disabled, and that's the disabled class to them.
Wait a minute, that's why they have to protect us, because we can't speak for ourselves. We can't do for ourselves. That's why they have to. That's why these very few elites like Elizabeth Warren, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. Do you notice there's a trend in these people? They have to speak for black people because we can't speak for ourselves, apparently, and we can't come up with the right questions or answers by ourselves, apparently, because they have to make that decision for us. That's why all black people have to be Democrats and have to be progressive, because we don't know enough for ourselves. They know better. That's their policy. It's crazy.
No, it absolutely is. And it's, and so those people who, have true, disabilities, their solution to their problem is basically to wipe them out, kill them. They shouldn't be alive, And then so basically they can focus on their political, disabled class, which, according to them are, black, brown, and, every, other color except for, basically white. You can't get disabled if you're white, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's their reasoning there. And then I guess if you truly are disabled if you're white, then you should have been, aborted. So
who knows? Their logic makes no sense. But it seems to me that we see two very. This is something I was just thinking about. Considering the position of the left when it comes to talking about guns and the Second Amendment and the right to defend yourself, and then considering their position on abortion, they want people dead, it seems. It appears. And I'm sure I'm in trouble with YouTube about this. I'm going to get another content strike for that one, I'm sure. But that's what it seems from the policy.
Well,
because they don't want you to defend yourself, and they don't want babies to be born.
Well, I mean, the bottom line is that they want to dictate, life and death, and, created. That's what it was. When they always talk about cradle, to grave, government.
Yes.
And that's what they want. They want to own you from when you, are born, when you die, and they want to dictate every single, action that you take along the way.
There's a word for that. There's a word in American English for that. We have an actual history about that. Do you know what that was? Slavery.
Oh. Yeah.
And it's not just an American idea. It's been around the world. It's been used before, where someone had the power over another person's life, death, procreation. They had control over all of that. It was called slavery in every part of the world. And to this day, at this moment in Africa, it's actively, and also in the sex trade that's going on across our southern border that's wide open. It's called slavery.
No, you're 100% right on that. And that's, and when you talk about the sex trade and that sort of traffic, and you saw what happened, in the United States with all the elite, Hollywood, and all the big names, basically taking, women and putting them in position of sex, trafficking, You
mean like with Harvey Weinstein, with Epstein, with Ghislaine Maxwell, with Kevin Spacey, with Ezra, whatever his name is, the guy who plays the Flash. You mean those people?
Yeah. And you can't tell me that all these feminist, women who are pro-woman that are standing by watching this go on or seeing and hearing this, didn't know about this, and for the longest time did absolutely nothing, to shut it down. Instead they participated in it.
You mean like Oprah?
Yeah, right there, standing there, saw it happening. I mean, even Oprah's story herself of what she went through in her life, you thought that she would actually have used her influence and power to actually shut this stuff down, rather than allowing,
you did the exact opposite.
Exact opposite, I mean, it's like, come on, really? It's like, gonna allow other people to go through what you did when you were, your story when you were younger. It's like, come on, I mean, she always talks about how she wants to empower people, but basically, no, it's, she just wanted to, I mean, honestly, when you look at a lot of, not everything, obviously donated a lot of money, does, a lot of good, but
in Africa,
it's like, huh?
In Africa, she donated a lot of money. Didn't really do a hell of a lot in America. You don't care.
No. But the thing is, though, is there's a certain ideology, that she embraces that, makes it far more difficult. Well, I mean, she obviously is used as somebody who's representing, black community because she's a black woman.
She doesn't represent me. She doesn't represent anyone. She didn't get elected for anything. She doesn't represent shit besides her own opinion. Sorry, my language.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is that here, people and politicians will use her, as a tool, to say, hey, look at this, and to do it. And the problem is that her ideas and her, philosophy, her progressive, her progressive ideology, is detrimental, to, poor individuals or, people of color. They don't work. And the thing is that they put her, on a pedestal. And again, I mean, I know we kind of circled around, but I mean, look at it, the Epstein things, the trafficking, that sort of stuff. Like, come on, they got to, there's supposed to be these great, people that people look up to, and they don't even, with all the power that they have, they did absolutely nothing, to stand up against these people.
It is a common trait of celebrities and members of elected office who are of a progressive ideology. They want higher taxes, except they don't want to pay for them themselves. They will not donate any of their fortune to the government to promote the programs that they want. They rarely, at least publicly, donate to any of the programs that they're speaking about. Those programs, like BLM, abuse the donations they get, buying mansions on a regular basis, and get no criticism from the very same left that support them. We've seen them support ideology that implicitly or explicitly leads to the death of individuals, like abortion as a means of contraception, like taking away the ability of women and minorities and others to defend themselves from crazed criminals like mass shooters and or regular crime. This is what we see consistently. Or am I misunderstanding this?
No, you're right, and, yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just the hostility towards, life, that they have it's disgusting. And it shows through. I mean, they don't value life. I mean, they can, like I said, you can watch people, going into, sex, trafficking and all that other stuff. And it's like, they don't support, the things that actually make, for one, society stronger. They don't support the family structure. They only support the government, they don't support. It's like I said, their focus is always, on, when it comes to the family health care, is basically on eliminating the life, because the thing is that any sort of life that, is born is the woman's responsibility, and it holds the woman back, and it's her mental health that is more, important than anything. And the only way to actually have her mental health safe is, basically to work a career job and not have any kids.
Yeah, I think so. Well, let me do this. We talked about a bunch. I thank you for bringing up the point about the reporter, the news, and I want to hear what other people have to say. Obviously, I think there's a lot of people who have questions about the gun laws. I think there's a lot of people who have questions about abortion as a contraception, and I think there are people who have questions about the economy and what's happening, and the fact that we have no policy on international policy. We have no economic policy going forward. And I want to hear some of those comments as well. But I think that's very important what you've said as well.
Did you already talk about the concealed carry lawsuit that went through?
Yeah, that's the Supreme Court. That's the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, Bruen. Yes.
Yeah, so you already covered that. Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, I personally myself, like I said, I was in the limbo states, actually just getting the form to get my permit. And as soon as I heard that, I was kind of like, okay, they're gonna eliminate that portion, but it's not that. It's just basically they're eliminating the part where you actually have to get permission from a judge. You still have to go through processing to make sure that you are capable of concealed carry, and then so like the whole when to use your gun in a situation, and all that sort of stuff. You're still going to have to go through courses, because I guess that is one thing. But they can't deny you based upon some, judge just looking at you and going, you know what, Mike, I don't want you to have a gun because you look like a dangerous guy. They can't do that anymore. So,
or for no reason whatsoever. But instead, as we covered, I think it may have been while I was on one of the roundtables because YouTube had shut me down, I had mentioned that New York State passed the law instead that says that every 5 years, you have to get a license. And at any point, New York State can decline you getting a license. And what that means for gun owners, I think this is important, is that if, say, you get the license today, in 5 years, New York says, we're not renewing your license. And that means at that same moment, you now are in possession of a legal weapon, which justifies New York State saying, as per the red flag laws, you are now a danger to yourself and the community because you have an illegal firearm. They will come in, take your firearms, take away your children, and deem you to be a danger, you're evil, because of those reasons. It is a setup. It is wicked and it is vile, and it is a way to disarm people and to take away their rights and freedoms. That's how bad that is.
Yeah, I mean that was already in the works. They already did that. I thought you already had to, because the thing is, there's two different permits.
No, they changed it when they changed the age of being able to get licensed to 21, which was last week. They also changed that you now have to have, whether it's a long gun or whether it's a rifle or a handgun or a shotgun, you now have to get a license, and that license has to be renewed every 5 years. And they have the right to deny that renewal at any time that they want in the future.
So they already had that for the pistol, and so now they just extended it to the long rifles as well, too.
And shotguns, and increase the age, yes.
Yeah, and they increased the age to 21, just as they did with the pistols. Okay, yeah, so that's all the same. And that's, I'm kind of curious, too. I got to double check. Well,
one more. I'll give you one more question before we got to go. Go ahead.
Well, no, I wasn't sure how the local, because I know the county and the sheriff's department deal with the permitting process, and it's just like, generally, personally myself, it's like I haven't looked at my permit since I got it. I don't even remember what date it was, and so it's like when it lapses.
You really should not say that on national podcasts. Please don't.
What, say that I don't know what the date is on it?
I am sure it's perfectly legal and in good standing with New York State.
Oh, it probably is. I would definitely think so. I mean, wouldn't you think you get a notice from the state saying just like a car renewal?
No.
They send it to you.
Why would they do that when they can instead have a bunch of police show up at your house at 4 a.m. saying that you're a danger to yourself and your community and take away your child? Why would they do that?
Yeah, I know. There's an opportunity. They're like, oh yeah, your gun permit, lapsed like 2 years ago, and you'd be like, oh yeah, okay, I didn't know. There's up. Too bad. You're a felon.
Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable. All right, yeah, I don't want to hold you up, Mike.
No, I just want to hear other comments as well.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Yep, have a good one. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Now, folks, just like you just heard from Jason, you too can call in at any time at 607-242-1582 from anywhere in the world. And you can tell me your opinion. You can tell me whether you agree, you disagree, in part or in whole, if you think I got it wrong, if you think my conclusions are mistaken, if there is evidence or information that I don't have. Like Jason pointed out, something that I had not seen that may be relevant to the conversation. You can bring that up. Whether it's in agreement or disagreement, it's up to you. Because this is about a conversation. As you can see with so many people speaking on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, that are speaking about us. And remember, if at any time that you do not see us on Sundays, I don't take vacations, I do not stop for holidays, we are always here to talk with you. And if for some reason you do not see this podcast on every Sunday, every live stream on every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., please remember that you can see us. Every Thursday, usually in the last hour, about 9 o'clock, I'm part of the roundtable on the Rory Sauter Show. And you can also see me every Friday at 9 p.m. as part of the Liberty First Foundation roundtable talking about guns and our rights. You can also see me occasionally on the National Firearms Coalition, especially when we are interviewing candidates for elected office across this nation, talking about the issues that matter to you, asking potential candidates and elected officials about the things that matter to you. Like in this case, when we were speaking with Wesley Smith on June 22nd about where he stands on the issues that matter to people in Missouri. So, and you can also go to BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, Minds, Telegram, Getter, and you will see many of the videos that are removed from Facebook or YouTube or Twitter that are available there because they don't want you to speak. They don't want you to know what's going on. They don't want to have your voice heard. Guess what? We do. We will go through every source we can that we can afford to that will allow us to be able to reach out to you to tell you what's going on. And you can tell us whether you agree or disagree. Because we believe in freedom. I'm not a progressive. You don't have to agree with me just because I'm black and Hispanic. No. You have the right to voice your opinion, whatever that may be, anywhere in the world. But I think it's really interesting, and I don't think it's been mentioned enough, that the left, it seems, that they have a penchant for violence. Because every time BLM, Antifa, whether it's when they talk about racism, when they're talking about abortion, they're talking about gun rights, they always rely on violence. How many cities burned down in 2020? The assassination attempt on Justice Kavanaugh. And the fact that we've heard so many of the elected officials talking about the potential of a Supreme Court justice being assassinated. Now, how about them beating down on women for having an opinion about abortion that they don't approve of? Over and over again, we see the left has this penchant for violence against those that don't believe exactly what they are told to believe. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten death threats because I'm a black Republican. Literally, just saying that I'm a black Republican is enough for many of the members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, members of BLM and Antifa. They hate my guts. You'd be amazed at the threats of violence I've received just for saying I'm not a Democrat. They can't stand it. And that expression of violence seems to carry through not just on believing in the Second Amendment, not just because I believe in the United States of America, but also because I believe in the right to life for babies when they have a heartbeat. they seem to go insane over this stuff. And I have to ask, why is that the case? Why are they so violent and angry? So consistently violent and angry when someone says, I have a different idea. In a country founded with the First Amendment and the right to be able to critique our politics and our political leaders from day one. It's something that you should ask yourself, especially if you follow these groups, if you're following them blindly on CNN or MSNBC, all these programs that we have shown you, USA Today, NBC have admitted that they fabricate stories, they make up the news. Why are you believing them without any question? Because we have seen the evidence. They have published the evidence. We showed you 2 weeks ago that USA Today, NBC admitted, the New York Times have admitted that they have fabricated stories, Rolling Stone fabricating stories because it fits their political agenda. If they're willing to use lies, intimidation, and violence to make you believe something, to make sure you stay in line, what else are they willing to do? What happens when they have power? I mean, unlimited power. What happens if they got the socialism that they seem to want and you no longer have the freedom of speech? You no longer have a right to defend yourself. You have no longer the right to decide what happens to your body. What happens then? What will they do to you then? Which is one of the reasons why they want to silence this channel. Just one of. The fact that we actually look at the laws and we actually analyze the laws and we pay attention to the laws, like what we saw when it comes down to S2938, otherwise known as the bipartisan, I love that name, Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which is completely useless. I mean, not one Democrat, not one person who is trying to support this has mentioned to you the fact that it's going to increase the inflation in the United States because it's printing more money. One of the leading reasons why we have inflation so high, because they're just creating money. And you're losing rights and freedoms all the way through. It's just amazing to me. And this is supposed to make you safe. This is supposed to be for you. This is them controlling your life for your benefit. Remember, it's the government is coming to save you. The government's going to save you. By the way, the government is made up of people, right? And people have emotions and feelings and biases and preferences. So what makes them better than you? Because they're elected? Did that add IQ points to them? Did that somehow make them smarter? Because if you've talked to as many members of Congress as I have, you'd understand that's not true. That's absolutely not true. But they like you to think that's true. Because some entertainer, someone who plays a game for a living, someone who sings a song for a living, that they're somehow smarter than you, that they know more. Really? Really, that singing a song makes them smart? Because they act in a movie. Because they play a doctor, or they play a cop, or they play a politician, that suddenly makes them smart? That they know about the law? Really? Mark Ruffalo is a scientist? According to the government of Brazil, as they mentioned, no, playing a scientist doesn't make you a scientist. It just makes you an actor. User has been banned mentions, no, it makes them good liars. Well, yes, that's true. But it's terrifying, folks. This is all terrifying. Now, again, maybe you don't agree with the thing I've said. Possible. Maybe you think that I'm misunderstanding information that's there. Okay. But I want you to have that discussion. I respect you enough to hear what you have to say, whether you agree or disagree, whether you think I got it right all the way or in part. because I believe that you are intelligent. You are an individual. You can make up your mind. You can make decisions for yourself. You don't need a politician to tell you what you should think. You don't need the New York Times to tell you how you should feel about a subject. You're an adult. You're intelligent. You can make decisions for yourself. You don't need a government or a news media to tell you what to think and feel. Maybe I'm a little crazy because I think American citizens and the citizens of the world are smart enough to be able to do that. I don't know. That's what I think. And I see that more and more our education system is saying, no, you're not smart enough. You just don't get it. I mean, let's think about this. The logic that they employ. At 8, you're smart enough to be able to decide whether or not you want to change your body permanently, to cut off your genitalia for life. That is irreversible. You can't change that. You can't put that back. You have the ability at 8 years of age to make that decision for your life. But at 16, 17, 18, you're not smart enough nor responsible enough to be able to handle a firearm. Even though at 16, according to the left, you should be smart enough and responsible enough and be able to understand the future enough to be able to elect people, to be able to vote. At 18, you're smart enough, responsible enough, and can think of the future enough to be able to join the United States military and fight it for our nation and its interests anywhere in the world. You can lose your life for your government at 18, but you're not smart enough, you're not responsible enough to be able to have a firearm or to drink for that matter. Does that make sense to you? Because this is the left logic. This is the left. You can do things that permanently alter your life at the age of 8. You can make decisions that will affect yourself and the entire nation at 16. But you're not smart enough to make decisions for yourself at 18, even though you can die for your country at 18. Does this make sense? It's a serious question. And I'm listening to the left. I listen to the left a lot. Does that make any sense? Because it seems to be contradictory. And if you make a decision for yourself as a woman that doesn't fall in line with the progressive left, the NOW, or any of the feminist organizations, if you're not a hard-in-the-wool dyed feminist, well then your opinion as a woman doesn't count anymore. If you're black or Hispanic or a minority, your opinion doesn't count anymore if it doesn't match what they've told you it should be. Does that sound like they respect you? That they believe in your right to have a life, to make decisions? Does that sound like they think you're responsible? Or does it sound like they're trying to indoctrinate you? That they're trying to control every decision you make and maintain their power for themselves? Now you can tell me, Mike, I think you misunderstand. You don't get it. Okay, fantastic. How am I wrong? If you're someone from the left watching this program, if you're a politician that's a Democrat or a progressive, if you're part of the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence, tell me how I'm wrong. If you're a member of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Antifa, BLM, how am I wrong? How am I misunderstanding the message you make when you are creating autonomous zones, keeping American citizens hostage, when you're destroying property, you're killing people's lives, when you're going around promising that you are going to violate the laws of the United States? Tell me how I have misunderstood you. Please tell me. I'm literally very interested in hearing, how did I get it wrong? Because I don't think I have. I'm just being very honest. I'm being very direct. And I'm not playing the games of the media trying to rename and redefine things. I'm just using plain language that everyone can understand. Jan mentions it's all about the one world order, that they have been slowly progressing us to it for decades. That may be true. It's definitely something, because it definitely isn't about freedom. Okay, folks, so it's 7 o'clock now. We've been on for a while, 4.5 hours. And it's good to be back. And I hope that I will be back next week at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to be able to speak with you a little bit more. Because every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we speak to everyone in the world. We do this live stream to be able to hear what you have to say about the issues that are affecting us all, to hear your voices. And I hope we're going to be here. Last week, the only reason we weren't here, because YouTube shut us down. Because they thought a black politician explaining to the public directly in an interview, telling you that he was fighting crime in Rochester, because he said that was hate speech. I can't help what YouTube decides somewhere in the future is hate speech or not, because they don't like the answer they hear. They don't like the discussion that's happening. But separate of the internet overlords trying to shut us down, to silence your voice, we are always going to be here every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to be on Rumble and BitChute and Odyssey and Minds and Telegram and Getter. We're going to be talking. We're going to be on the Rory Sauter Show every Thursday. We're going to be on with Liberty First Foundation every Friday. We're going to be on the National Firearms Coalition. We're going to be out here talking with you. And all we ask you, like, share, most of all, subscribe. Help us get to 1,234 subscribers. That's all. That's all we're asking for. And hopefully, with your help, we will be here next Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, talking about the issues that matter. I'm glad to be back too, Mike. And I'm looking forward to staying here with, the only reason I won't be, it's the internet overlords. But folks, I want to thank you. I look forward to talking to you again very, very soon. We're going to be updating a bunch of stuff to make sure we catch back up, but we're going to talk to you throughout the week. Talk to you soon.